Yeah. Okay, now we are starting. So thank you very much for the panel hosted by International Investors Association of Turkey, YESET. And for those of you who doesn't know our association, we represent international investors in Turkey. We have over 250 members from 30 countries who believe in the investment potential of Turkey and operating in our country for more than 180 years. And according to our recent statistics, our FDI corresponds to 85% of the FDI in Turkey. So all big companies are our members. And within the context of the sustainable development, we are trying to support the transition of the country by all the best practices, all the good achievements that our members are realizing, and trying to contribute to the twin transformation agenda of the country. And the second aspect of it is these good practices are finding place in the best regulatory environments. So in order to have them all in Turkey, we are trying to speed up the regulatory transition and transformation also. And upon all of these, the finance and technologies are the key to make these transformations. We would like to make our companies and Turkey more visible to international financial institutions and funds that are supporting transition and transformation. And the technologies, we believe that majority of the technologies that are existing today are really answering our needs. And if we can be so good in disseminating them in our supply chains, in our members' value chain, it will be a big achievement and a support. And also the innovation is the key, and all of you are looking for good leaps and jumps that we are looking forward to. So today we have distinguished guests. Thank you very much for your time. I know that it's such a busy schedule for everyone, and thank you very much for finding time. I'm going to introduce you, and I'm going to make it in the long form because your contributions in your domains are extraordinary, so I don't want to miss anything. So I would like to begin with Jill Lofts, is the EI Global Sustainable Finance Leader. She is responsible for the development and delivery of sustainable finance services across strategy, products and services, risk and regulation, and reporting data. That is key for us. The reporting aspect is what we are trying to develop in Turkey. And you're helping your clients, including many of our members, to create business value from sustainability. And you're accelerating their transition to a low carbon future. So thank you very much for being with us today. We appreciate your presence. And Thomas Lingard, leads climate and environment within Unilever's Global Sustainability team. It's a big accomplishment, and we are experiencing the reflections of it really in Turkey. And Ebru, which I'm going to introduce next, is really talking about your accomplishments and, more importantly, your vision about the transformation and what Unilever is bringing into this domain to add up to the world's agenda. And including the development of Unilever's new climate and nature strategy that you launched in June 22, you included a recommitment to 1.5-degree aligned science-based targets. That is also a key for us. The evidence-based analysis is really important in supporting our claim. We will be really happy to hear your perspective on this one. And you are currently serving as the trustee director of the Unilever UK Pension Fund, board member of Climate Catalyst, a campaign group, and on advisory boards for the We Mean Business and Climate Home News. So much in your plate, but all are contributing to everything. And
No, you're going to have.
and this modest ladies, Miss Ebru Şener'in is our head of Sustainable Development Working Group in YASET. And she's been contributing to our agenda for such a long time, and we are trying to make an impetus development in this agenda. And also Mustafa Seçkin, CEO of Unilever Turkey, is on our board and is the champion of transformation, the sustainable development of our members. And you have the, I guess, longest title and operating in many countries. Okay then. So let me. Okay, so that's an opportunity to present our appreciation to you and your company and your colleagues as well to support our agenda on this one. So Thomas, if I may begin with you. We've been talking about transformation at the supply chain level and value chain transformation. And we've been following COP27 in many aspects that people are reiterating the importance of this one. How should we pursue this, and what can you do to increase this transformation in the value chains of an international company so that progress can disseminate through all value chains?
So is that on? Yes. Well, it's a huge question. And let's start at the top and work down. So you referenced our science-based targets, 1.5 aligned, incredibly important. And of course, that covers our whole value chain, Scope 3. And at Unilever, it's something like only 2-3% of our emissions are Scope 1 and 2, and the rest are either upstream or downstream in the value chain. So really, when we talk about climate action, yes, there's some very important stuff we have to do in our own factories and operations, but so much is either upstream in the agricultural or petrochemical supply chain, or downstream in retail. And when I think of Turkey, I think a lot of how many ice cream cabinets have we got plugged in stores in Turkey? It's like a huge number. In fact, when we wrote our climate transition action plan, we estimated that the emissions from the electricity used to power our ice cream cabinet fleet was actually bigger than our entire global manufacturing fleet for all of our categories, not just ice cream. So like these kind of, when you do this sort of analysis of where are the emissions and where do you need to be taking action, it's really important. And when you think about things like the cabinets, that's very much out of our control, because we will place a cabinet in a store and we have no control over that the power supplier or the power supply of that retail shop owner. And so that's why we get super interested in accelerated grid decarbonisation. And you can see, not just Unilever, but other companies making, huge investment decisions now based on the carbon grid intensity of different countries. I think it was Apple actually, in a sort of Far East context, was talking about if the grids don't decarbonise in country X fast enough, then they will move the manufacturing processes to other countries, because everybody is setting these targets to reduce emissions very aggressively, which is starting to, I think, affect investment decisions about where people are citing sourcing. We have to put the ice cream cabinets everywhere. We don't have that luxury because everybody wants an ice cream. But that means we're engaged in transforming grids everywhere, and through campaigns like RE100, which are doing that around the world.
And maybe immediate follow-up question. When we were experiencing COVID and we were talking about digitalization, we checked the SMEs in the country, and we found out that when we were talking about digitalization, we even couldn't achieve automation at some levels. When we come to the climate agenda and when you focus on SMEs and talking about decreasing emissions, do you see that kind of a lag also that we need to compensate, that we need to leap, so that we should focus more on SMEs to make these targets realized?
Well, the number of suppliers of different sizes that we have to engage is huge. So Unilever's got over 10,000 suppliers. We think about 300 of them are around 2/3 of our overall footprint. But that still leaves a very long tail of about 9,000, many of whom will be SMEs. It is a huge challenge, and of course we all collectively as a business community share that challenge. One of the really interesting innovations in the last couple of years has been something called the SME Climate Hub, which is a kind of global free resource curated academically by Oxford University, but supported by a number of foundations and business NGOs. And it's kind of like a one-stop shop for an SME who can't afford to go and hire lovely consultants to help them out, but are just trying to work through this, they can get all kinds of free resources, templates, guides, best practice to guide them on their journey. So we would direct any of our SMEs to that portal. We're encouraging other companies to do the same and to really build that up as a global sort of best practice center for SMEs so that they can also engage in this transition. Because even if those 300 sort of bigger suppliers account for 60%, the other 40% is still really important, even though it's a very long tail.
Thank you very much. And when we come to the finance aspects of this one, and when we talk about a sustainable finance that will help us to realize our commitments that we are updating in the meantime, what would you say that based on the recent study that you also contributed to, like how sustainable finance can help us fill the gap until 2050? Can you please elaborate on this one a little bit?
Thank you. It's not an easy answer, obviously. It's definitely not a one-sentence answer. I mean, I think financial services have a very similar issue to Unilever in the sense that probably 90+% of their emissions are their Scope 3 emissions. They typically work across the whole sector, the whole of the economy, and they will have typically a significant amount of SMEs within their portfolio. So similarly, they have to, in order for financial services firms to meet their net zero commitment, then they have to understand the greenhouse gas emissions of everything they invest in, of everyone they lend to, and their transition pathways. So to give you a really, really summarized version, one thing we've realized is that financial services have to understand the sector transition pathway. That's really important, which will obviously be different by country because that's going to depend on their NDCs. And then they have to understand the corporate transition pathway. Because if they can understand the sector transition pathway and they can understand the corporate transition pathway, they can start to look at the risk and the reward of everybody that they work with. And I guess it's really important for them that they have transition pathways that are credible, that are authentic, and then that the management can deliver on those. And in many ways, that's about the most important thing for financial services with respect to climate transition.
And an immediate follow-up to this one. When you focus on the sectors and corporate transformation, do you also think there's a need to tailor-made and differentiate the financial products that would serve the different needs of different sectors and different corporate entities?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got a really long way to go here. For mitigation, then I think the purview of financial services that while there's technology risk and transition risk, in essence, mitigation is probably a good investment opportunity, right? But then when we start to look at mobilizing capital to the global south, when we start to look at adaptation finance and climate finance, we have to re-engineer the financial products. And outcomes, societal outcomes, environmental outcomes, need to be incorporated into the overall instrument and the overall assessment. It can't just be the financial value because that's not going to work.
There was a comment on this one, like while supporting for adaptation, like even the way that countries are making their development plans matter, because you should decrease the risk by the funds that you are providing on top of everything that has happened after some kind of a disaster as well. So that's an important point that we need to focus also for the business aspects as well, because it's also affecting business continuity and the disaster. Thank you very much for this. And upon everything else, Ebru Hanım, like we've been cooperating for such a long time. We were living this transition in Turkey together. And our colleagues from Turkey knows that the country is preparing the first climate change law and establishing its first emission trading system. How would you elaborate the speed of transformation in Turkey and the happenings that are
I think,
coming as close to the NDC?
Yeah, I think one of the most important step definitely to signing the Paris Agreement by the Turkish government. Even it's a late sign from the government, I think it's an important step. On the other hand, as we as a company started all these commitments and everything under the sustainability by 2010, so we saw that it's an increasing trend from the business sectors that each and every company are very curious about how they can contribute Turkey's climate change. So this is good. I think this is in a good trend that I'm seeing. But on the other hand, I can't say that it's a clear action plan by the government that how we can contribute by the business, because in a sectoral point of view, yes, we are the lucky one as an international company to know that what needs to be done, and we have a short-term, medium-term, and long-term targets. But is this really in line what Turkey is looking for, what they committed about the agreement? I don't know. I can't see this connection in between. That's what I'm super excited to become a sustainable business working group head under the International Association, Investors Association, so which we can help to the government. We can collaborate because we always believe the collaboration between the private sector, investor sides, with the government, with the NGOs to create a better, easy and simple agenda that we can all contribute and do all together, because the government can't do on their own. This is my belief.
Thank you. And it's also maybe affecting the investment decisions of the global headquarters. Like when the sustainability is in the middle of your business decisions, how do you differentiate between countries, or what would you like to see in a country to invest more in that country, in the opinion and perspective of an international investors? So what are the minimum requirements, or what are the trends that you would like to see in a country?
It's a great question. I mean, the overriding thing in most of the transition is around the price of carbon, right? And either sort of putting a price on carbon directly through emissions trading and so on, or removing indirect prices on carbon, negative prices like fossil fuel subsidies, and getting rid of those. So that's got to be a huge part of the transition, and the having climate laws, national plans, things that create certainty in the policy environment for business is super important. I think one of the most divisive things you can see in a country is where climate becomes politicized as an issue, and then you get this swing as different governments come in and out. So actually having stability and recognizing it's not a political issue, not a party political issue, and that countries can, commit long term, regardless of who's running a country at any one time, is really important to business. I think if you, I won't name countries, but there are parts of the world where it's become very politicized and it's more problematic. The UK has been a relatively good example, in terms of having very early established on bipartisan legislation on climate change, which has survived successive governments. So that's very important. Also the sort of regulatory frameworks around companies. So what you see in the UK now, the UK Chancellor, now Prime Minister, at the last COP announced that every company would be required to have a climate transition plan, climate transition action plan. Unilever has been part of the transition plan task force that's been trying to draft the best practice guidance for this that we launched on Tuesday this week. So this is basically sort of standardizing what companies need to be doing, how they need to be doing it. And when you have that environment within a company, within the financial markets in that company, then again, it creates a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy that we're all on this journey together. We can build momentum and go faster. Because everybody, the reason why everybody's got so much scope 3 is all our businesses are interdependent. So no one company can go to net zero on its own. It has to be a movement. And I think a lot of what we're doing and a lot of what we want to see in countries is that sense of a flywheel turning, building momentum towards an accelerated transition.
Thank you very much. And Julian, in your domain, what has developed since COP26? Because sometimes we feel like the world's heard the alarm bell ringing in COP26, just push the snooze button for 1 year, and now trying to realize and try to fill the gap now. But finance is always at the headlights because when it comes to action, you need to finance it somewhere. Do you think that there's developments in the ambitions and commitments in raising up the finance?
Great question, thank you. So, look, obviously, we saw the GFAN's announcement at COP26. Since then, now 550 financial services. It was 450. It's now 550 firms that have committed to net zero. And when we think about that, at the beginning of 2021, there were no financial services firms who had a net zero plan. So in 18 months, we've got 550 firms. We've got $150 trillion of assets under management. Okay. And now what they're trying to do is, how do you make that real, right? So for GFANs and for financial services, I think last year was a bit of a fanfare. And this year really feels like, okay, let's be serious. What are we doing? How are we doing it? So, you know, the number of firms now that have committed to SBTI, so science-based commitments, who have created their and published their interim targets for 2030. And of course, all of those may also seem quite a long way away. So I think what we're really talking about now is, as you said, the UK government have launched the transition, the Task Force for Transition Pathways, which, as I said before, is really critical for financial services. The ISSB have launched the revised framework and a new global partnership, which again is brilliant because financial services does need the disclosures and the reporting, right? Because obviously a lot of how it assesses businesses is around what is disclosed and what is reported. So the fact that there's some movement on that direction is really fabulous. I spent most of this week talking to financial services firms, and I would say what we're looking at now is, and this is what they're telling me, there's a wall of money. It's not getting out to the businesses and the projects that need it fast enough. And maybe because there's a lot of governments, there's a lot of MDBs, there's a lot of NGOs, there's a lot of so many parties that they need to deal with to mobilize that capital. So a lot of the discussion we've had this week is, how can we get that capital that is there and ready to be deployed? How can we get that deployed more quickly?
And that is one thing that we were talking before coming here, like, do we have a pipeline to spend all this money in the pipeline and projects? And each sector was trying to develop this one, including some common project. This is going to serve many companies, big establishment project. Thank you very much for this one. And I'm curious about one thing, like our members also, consulting firms, you have a comparative understanding about sectors and countries. And do you observe some kind of a merger between the capacities and agenda of the countries on the COP targets by their initiatives, or private sector's demands from you to making this kind of transformation? Do you see a global movement on this one in terms of consulting services, demand for consulting services, or it is just going on a slower pace and making us worry about whether we are going to meet the targets or not?
I'm not sure I fully understood your question, but what I would say, I'll save my statement, then you can tell me if I answered. We definitely see regulation and policy as the biggest driver of change right now. So if we look at Europe, that's where we have the biggest demand, because yes, financial services have made net zero commitments and they need to deliver upon them. But there's a lot of EU regulation and UK regulation, and that is driving a huge amount of demand. Now, it's not to say that we don't have demand in the US or in Asia Pacific, but we have about double the demand in Europe. And sorry, I don't know if that answered your question.
It is also affecting, this demand is creating some spillover effects to the countries that are operating with the EU and other countries as well. So it is also acting as a catalyst. And when we talk about, and there's an addition.
Within this point of view, so maybe I can also ask you, as she addressed that the regulations are super important and we are very much working with the Green Deal regulations in Turkey. So yes, the government is prioritize very important sectors. They are very big footprints like the textile, aluminium and the everyone. So do you think that our regulation is fast enough to change Turkey's climate agenda, or what we can do on that
Now the
point?
panel is addressing the moderator. Okay.
I can ask you.
Okay. So the glass is half full, half empty. I'll start with the half full one. So there's a trend in Turkey. We are talking about updating the NDC. The ministry is going to announce it next week. And the regulatory framework for coordinating the actions of government institutions is going to be the next climate law that is going to be announced soon. So each government entity is going to have clear responsibility that is going to be stated in this one. So in terms of regulatory framework, that is okay, but everything works on the secondary regulatory support basis. So the law is just going to state intentions, and realizing them is something else. So whenever we incorporate them with the action plans of the government entities, that can be transformed into incentive schemes that is really supporting the private sector, then we are going to be able to see some realization on this one. So, and we see that currently the government institutions are trying to reach to a consensus because most of them have their own opinions and own standpoints. The energy is another thing, like the supply of energy is crucial. So how do you deal with this supply problem when you are talking about cutting down the emissions? It is one thing, and it is what Europe is experiencing right now. So I remember on 24th of February, in the climate summit in Turkey, which initiated all those studies, we were together with our board, and Minister of Foreign Affairs was briefing us about what is happening in Ukraine. So the day the climate summit ended, we had a different agenda that we were trying to understand and cope with. So that this year was hard for us for many aspects, and it was one of it. So, but we believe that the intention and commitment of the government for this aspect is real, because the progress is continuing, and we are going to see the first outcome of it, and we'll support all parties to make it real, So I didn't touch to the
Yeah,
half
no,
empty
I
bottom.
see, I see. So there's a lots of empty part, but at the end of the day, I could not so much encouragement from the government to create a collaboration between the competitors. So I'm very much to see that they are trying to punishing if the competitors are becoming to create a collaboration around the climate change targets and so on. So I have some experiences which I can share offline. So I think there is still some tendencies in our mind is not shifted yet. So even we are talking, when it comes to the realization, so everyone is very much keen to tick the box and do what the responsibility is. So hopefully these type of meetings is going to be change our mindset, because it's not enough for sure. The empty part, which maybe I can conclude your statement, is so much big that I can say.
We feel like we are at the beginning of it sometimes, right? Okay, so, and the best practices of our members are always encouraging us to do the same or to do the more. So when we hear more about them, it's really creating an opportunity for us to strengthen our case when we are communicating with the government. Thomas, would you please comment on this a little bit? Like, what are the best approaches and best practices as Unilever you are implementing for supporting this transformation in your company and in your supply chain, so that others can be inspired of and jump in the boat and try to apply the same? Because last year we carried out a webinar series with our members. Even at factory level, solutions were so easy and all feasible, all profitable solutions, and applicable to many industries. Just disseminating the knowledge of it created amazing results. And when you combine it with the best practices, what would you say?
Again, a huge question. I wonder if I could just do a bit of promo for something that launched yesterday, which was an initiative from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We've launched a kind of platform. I think it's either launched or about to launch, called the Climate Drive, and it's going to be exactly this kind of free, easily accessible case studies of real things that people can do. Very techie, hands-on stuff in factories or in value chains, so that exactly people who've not yet done the easy stuff can find the solutions. And even for the hard stuff, people can say, well, look, here's something we've done, reducing methane from cows or reducing refrigeration leaks in factories. They're very, very practical case studies from big businesses, from consultancies who are sort of sharing these examples freely, because we just need everybody to get moving. And there frankly isn't enough. I don't think there's enough consulting capacity in the world, even if everybody had the money for it, to kind of be supporting every business in every aspect of the transition. So we do need to get this sort of learning and capability up right through the value chain. We've done, I mentioned we've got kind of about 300 of our suppliers that are probably about 60% of our emissions. And we've started to sort of triage those depending on their level of climate maturity in their own journey. And so we've created 3 categories: some who are just starting out on the journey, some who are kind of know what they're doing but are not yet able to give us, if you like, product carbon footprint data, and others who are well advanced and we can have co-innovation discussions with in a really mature way. And we were expecting to find more people to the more developed end of that. We found probably 2/3 of the suppliers are actually in that just starting out, really not done anything. We expected to be much higher. So the need for these very basic skills, competencies, learning, access to materials is fundamental. And so we're very interested in any of these tools that can help scale knowledge, information, learning with a very wide group of people.
Please.
And just to add to that, so this is very much on the agenda of banks as well, as you probably know. If I take the UK banking sector or the UK as an example, then SMEs emit about 50% of emissions across all corporates. And the UK banking sector, SMEs are about 65% of all of their clients. So it's a big problem, right? Both in terms of emissions and in terms of client base. So what a lot of the banks are doing, really similar, and we should talk about how to join up the initiatives. They're saying, how can we create platforms to help the SMEs calculate their greenhouse gas emissions, to help them determine what their transition pathways. So effectively, as you're saying, because they don't have the resources to do that. And I think if there are NGOs doing this initiatives and banks and financial services looking at this, that's really helpful, and we should probably think about how that gets joined up.
I just want to share somebody else's very funny anecdote, but I was on a panel with Dexter Galvin from CDP, the Global Disclosure Organisation, and he was telling a story of how they'd gone to do some work for the UK's Cabinet Office in government, looking at their supplier engagement. And so they'd gone to all their suppliers to say, we want you to do, disclosure. Turned out one of their suppliers was Barry's Mobile Disco, that somebody had presumably hired for an office party. Now, obviously, if you're talking to Barry's Mobile Disco, you can't go in and say, oh, we need to see a climate transition plan. You've got to make it super simple. Barry needs to buy an electric vehicle, and that's probably it. And so making these things super accessible for people who are not the Unilevers or the other big companies or the EYs, and getting to, there are probably 3, 4, 5 things that every business, sort of most businesses can do. You can just put into plain English and then nudge them towards those actions.
Thank you. And everyone, how would you translate this experience? Like what is happening in Unilever at global level? How it translates to Turkey? Like how it affects your accomplishments? Would you please give some examples about it?
Yeah, many initiatives. I don't want to bore our participants, but just a couple of numbers that I can share. For example, last year, 1.7 million euro investment that we did it. And it was all about the greenhouse consumption reduction, water reduction, waste saving, and so on and so forth in our factories. We have 5 factories in Turkey. So over the last decade, the 2 of them is the biggest investment in Konya. So Konya was chosen very rightly because in the middle of Anatolia, So as we are an FMCG, fast-moving consumer good business, so how we can create a green fund, with a green fund, a green factories in the middle of Anatolia that we can distribute, ideally by the train, which we are supporting to government a lot, to all of our products to Turkey in a much more lower carbon reduction. So that was the thinking behind what we are doing. Many solar energy investments that we are doing in Konya, in Çorlu as well. So green electricity is much more important in our agenda, because as we said that, so do you know where is your big footprint? So how you are going to eliminate this dirtiness in your land from how? So we just put the targets: ice cream business, cabinets, electricity, because these are huge consumption that we are, and there is a very big risk in Turkey in 2023 that there will be a shortage on the electricity, that we can't maybe serve our consumers. So we need an alternative systems for the business continuity manner as well. So a lots of things that I'm already telling you, that I don't want to bore you. If somebody definitely looking forward to see some details, I can be able to share.
We
Thank
will
you
do
so
so.
much.
Thank you. So before concluding our panel, I would just like to ask you one final question. Look, we are all advocating for making this transition work. And for you, Thomas, what is at the top of your agenda? What would be the greatest impacts if it would be succeeded?
I think going back to this sort of collective uh, flywheel building of momentum, because I think you get these terrible conversations sometimes about, oh well, who's going to deliver the transition? Is it business or is it government? You know, and it's kind of I think we all have to get better at understanding the way the system works, right? And it's very tricky. It's very tricky being a politician, right? Because the media can be quite unkind, and it's difficult to take hard decisions. And it's very difficult to be a company because you don't want to move too far ahead of competition, too far in a way that might look uncompetitive if the carbon pricing doesn't come in and so on. But I think we have to get more confident and have more collective faith in the idea that business has to sort of take some bold steps. Politicians have to see that businesses are moving and then regulate to bring up the mass of companies who haven't felt quite so brave. And then we create this virtuous, we would call it an ambition loop of kind of action, ambition, and regulation that slowly tightens and moves everybody in a way that's, you know, sound and competitive, you know, as a company and as a country, towards the net zero world we want, because nobody is going to do well in a world that's 3 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels, and that is where we're heading.
Thank you. And Gillian?
Yeah, I totally agree. As I said earlier, there is a wall of money there, and at the moment it's too complicated to get that money deployed effectively and efficiently. So I agree with everything you've said, but somehow we've got to get the private sector, the governments, the NGOs, the MDBs, financial services, corporates, working in a way that this money can get deployed much more effectively and much faster.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I gave all my messages. So the latest one, collaboration. That's why we are here. So targeted, very prioritized, simple action plan by each of the companies, by the government, by the NGOs will be very helpful.
Thank you very much. You made it so clear, like, so no one has any excuse of not doing so. Okay. Actually, it is that easy, and it's that easy. It's just coming to intentions and overcoming some politics, I guess. Thank you very much for participating in our panel. It was an honor to host you, and thank you very much for your insights on these issues. We would be in touch. We would like to be in touch to benefit more from your expertise as well. And this series, actually, this is the first on-site program, but it is the 5th of a webinar series. And now, approximately 50 of our CEOs are watching this show, and I'll also give their feedbacks to all of us so that we can cooperate more and in a more efficient way. Thank you very much.
Looking
Thanks.
forward to. Thank you so much. You are
And
invited.
thank you all for listening to us. Bye bye.
söyleyeceğim. Hello. Today we would like to talk to you about the substantial steps that we are taking towards the changing environment, especially on the green transformation, including the mobility. And my name is Naci Özgür Özel, and I will be making the presentation on behalf of TOG and CSIRO, which I will be explaining further. So it all started with the trends that we observe in the market and in the environment, and automotive is evolving into a mobility ecosystem, which means user expectations are changing, and the automobile is becoming a smart device, just like the mobile phones, and a new living space is emerging, because we will be able to do whatever we can do in our offices and in our homes, and in the meantime, while going from A to B, we can also use that space for a smarter timing. And what we have seen in the mobile phones, we used to have in the early 2000s, the phones that were just like, to be used for talking. And then with the change of the user interface, with the change of the connectivity, and with the smartification of the device itself, then they turned out to be the smartphones, which became an integral part of our lives, and which we believe the cars will be transformed into smart devices in the near future. And everything is getting smart, from buildings to factories, from energy to cities, and also the automobiles are getting smarter, and a new living space, a smart living space is emerging. And this also has an economical impact, where we see the current profitability pools that come from the traditional car makers will be also changing, which are currently single digits, and with the smartification, with the electrification, those will become the dominant part of the deal, and the profitability there would also be higher than the current traditional landscape. And TOG was established in order to embrace these trends and also become a pioneer in the field to go with these trends or shape these trends. TOG is a mobility technology and ecosystem provider with the mission of offering user-centric, innovative services beyond smart electric vehicles, which are currently the smart devices. And we define TOG as the use case mobility provider, where we mean by U, it represents the user being user-centric. Then the S represents the being smart in terms of the devices, and being empathic means the device itself will somehow understand you and will evolve you accordingly. And also, we're going to be always connected. We are getting ready for the higher autonomous levels, and we are also getting ready for the shared economy where the ownership concept will be changing and the car will be electric itself, where we are heading for zero emissions to serve for the net zero targets. And within this use case mobility, we have 5 important pillars which are very important, we believe, because the cities are also changing and they are getting smart as well. So we will be an integral part of the smart cities, and the grids will be changing. So we are going to be connected to the smart grids as well as through the charging. And we believe data will be one of the key drivers in this new business model, because we'll be collecting and we'll be processing too much data with this digital device, and we are going to be serving our users in a better way using all these data. Again, in line with the GPR regulations. And we will be able to develop new mobility devices or technologies or services thanks to this platform that we are building up as a device. And lastly, we believe collaboration will be changing in this new world, because competition, just fighting with the others will not create added value. And from the very beginning, we are collaborating with the startups, and we see the people that or companies we collaborate with as our business partners rather than our suppliers. And in this context, if we take a look at what happened or what will happen, or the comparison between the old league and the new league, because we claim the new league. First of all, the development process in the old league was depending on predominantly on the product and customer centricity, where we believe the new league is all about the users. So it's not only the people that are buying the product and the services, but the ones that are making use of these technologies or these ecosystem will be important. And that's why the process to develop this user value needs to be different. And secondly, in the old league, internet was in the vehicle through the dongles or whatsoever, but now we're talking about the vehicle, every part of the vehicle being on the internet to create value. Then mechanics, mechatronics, electronics was important, but now we're talking about over-the-air updates, where you can keep your smart device always updated, and you can enjoy what is coming ahead. And in the old league, horsepower was important, and now we're talking about processing power, because we don't know what chip is our current vehicle is using right now, but in the next years to come, we'll be talking about which chip is there, and whether that is capable of catering our needs in the next 5 to 10 years as well. And in the old league, it was all about physical lock immobilizers and so on, but now we're talking about blockchain and cybersecurity, which is emerging. And we used to have platforms to be converted into hybrids or electric vehicles, but now we're talking about born electric platforms that will fully utilize the benefits of being electric. And we used to reduce the carbon dioxide, all the other emissions. Now we come to the limit with the ICEs, but now we're talking about zero emission and being carbon neutral. And as I told in the previous slide, we used to talk about the suppliers, but now they need to be working with us shoulder to shoulder to create the value. So it's a setup of business partners and startups. And in the old league, it was all about licensing and making your global expansion. Also, the case of Turkey, we have joint ventures that are actually working together with local entities, but the decisions are making by the global, let's say, headquarters. But now the IP and having the liberty to decide your own destiny is becoming important. That's why Um, the um, the IP is important, and making a user experience or defining a user experience around that IP is becoming important. And this is also true for the local content. So it's not about being local or the percentage of being local, but rather being national, which means owning the IP so that you can decide your destiny accordingly. And within this context, we have two main goals as thought. First of all, we want to establish a global brand, mobility brand, where we own the IP rights, and using the state-of-the-art technology, being born electric, designing a smart device, and designing all our processes to become globally competitive, not just cost, but all the, let's say, matters of the competitiveness. And whenever we come to the market, which is very soon, we will be the Europe's first non-traditional native battery electric vehicle SUV manufacturer. And we will be complying with the Euro NCAP 5-star safety requirements. And this is not just the standards of 5 years ago, but those are 2022 norms, which are more aggressive. And we are born sustainable in terms of the product and services themselves, as well as all of our processes. And the second goal that we're heading for is to create an open and user-centric mobility ecosystem. So this is all about, not just acting alone, but creating an ecosystem around those devices to serve for the user value. And our plan is to come up with 5 different smart devices. And until 2030, we will be finalizing, or let's say completing our range. And it will start, as you might have seen, with the C SUV. It will be followed by a C sedan, then a X coupe, and B SUV, and lastly the MPV. And those are all a part of this mobility ecosystem, which I will be giving the details soon. And this is our CSUV, which will be in the market as of March 2023, and which will be followed by the C sedan, which is going to be 2025, the first half of the year. And then by 2026, we will come with a crossover coupe, and then BSUV and CMPV will be coming up. And within this smart device portfolio, I mean, we are focusing on the more than a car part of the deal, but the car itself is also important for us. That's why we are coming up with a superior product as well. So it has a very large wheelbase, which can also claim a D segment car. But anyway, we define our car as C car, but it's very large. And it will have 2 powertrain options, e-motor options. One of them is 160 kilowatt hours, which takes the car in 7.6 seconds to 0 to 100. And then the second one is 2 e-motor version, which is an all-wheel one, and which will take the car in 4.8 seconds from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. We will have 2 battery pack options. One of them is 300 plus, the other one is 500 plus kilometers, with a rapid charging option of less than 30 minutes, from 20% to the 100%, 80% of the battery. And the vehicles will be capable of automated driving, driver assistance systems capability, which is level 3 capability in our case. And it will be Euro NCAP ready with the 5 stars. And in terms of the mobility ecosystem, because the car will be connected all the time, we want to enjoy it and give the users the best value that we can give, because also we are putting a very large screen within the vehicle, And you also might remember that it all started with changing the user interface in the mobile phones. So from 2000s to 2006, 7, we came to, let's say, face the gestures like, touch screens, no hard keyboards, and where it was 3G at that time connected, then 4G came. Now we're going towards the 5G, so we will be able to, let's say, interact with our vehicle based on this, within this ecosystem. And over the air updates will be available, so it's not going to be just today, but tomorrow will be taken care of, and we will use all these data for the benefit of the users. And navigation will be an integral part of this ecosystem, because location-based services will be very important also in the future. And we have different components of this ecosystem to create this user value. One of them is the Go, which is this location based. The other one is the Earn. So you're going to be a part of a loyalty chain through the blockchain. And there will be smart contracting. There will be other partners. Whomever has the capability to connect to something can be connected into this mobility ecosystem, and I believe creative business models will be born within this ecosystem. And then comes the play part, where you can also enjoy this mobility experience, where we will have the App Store, the games, the gamification, and we will also be able to connect to our homes or whatever smart, whatever connected, and we will be able to control everything from our smart device as well. And lastly, we are making a kind of an open platform where third-party applications can be connected, and within this platform, we are just triggering the platform, and we believe it will be growing like a snowball. And we believe that this cannot be achieved alone. That's why we are choosing the best business partners, either from Turkey or from globally. We work with the best in class, and who share this same vision with us. It's going to be all connected. It's not just about competing or creating value just for yourself, but even to create a value for the bigger good. So from intermodal mobility to gamification, from big data to smart energy solutions, we are working with the best in the world. And how it all started, we established TOG in 2018 in 25th of June. And then I think it's really not an easy job to come to this point in 4 years, where we all started from scratch, from a white paper, because all the automotive players we know of, they are doing this business for more than 100 years or more than 50 years, and they have all the resources, all the, let's say, background, or even the platforms or components to carry over to their next product. But not having anything, just having the vision and the strategy, and in 4 years coming to this phase where we have opened up our technology campus in Gemlik just on October 29th, in our Republican Day, where we will be launching our first digital product within the ecosystem in the last quarter of this year, where we will be selling and starting the production ramp of our first digital smart device in the first quarter of 2023. I think this gives us the proud that we have been able to follow our plan step by step, and we are now coming to the to see the fruits of the plan, the first fruits at least. Then will come the other fruits like the C sedan, European market launch. Then the other products are in our execution plan, and again, step by step, we will be executing them. And I think it's worthwhile to look at TOG's shareholder structure, because I think it gives the example of how the companies, how the entities, stakeholders should come together to create value in this in today's competition landscape, or in today's world or environment. We were talking about this ecosystem, but if we just take a look at our shareholder structure, we see the ecosystem also in the roots of our shareholder structure. Because in today's world, we need to touch the customer, understand the customers, know how to build the physical products, know how to build the digital products or services, and then know to understand an understanding of the energy business, electronics business. And if we take a look at our shareholders, Anadolu Group being one of the largest retailers, BMC being the largest defense vehicle player, as well as the largest commercial vehicle player, Turkcell being the largest digital operator in the region, Zorlu being the one of the largest TV producer or consumer electronics players, being one of the most important energy players. So we have a very good understanding in our shareholder level of the ingredients what this new world or new league needs. And also we have TOBB, which is the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Turkey, where 1.5 million companies of Turkey are a part of it, and it is the largest NGO in Turkey, which is actually the, let's say, the initiator of this gathering to create value. And on the background, in addition to our shareholders, there is a great team that is working on this aggressive or ambitious goals. We have more than 1,300 people currently working for us, and our target for the end of the year is more than 1,400, and the average employee experience is more than 11 years. This used to be more than 13 years, but now with having a larger team, actually, we are also bringing up the new talents to develop them and to develop together with them. And externally, more than 250 engineers are working abroad for TOG, and 200 people are working for the digital ecosystem. And the background of all these people are, from Bosch to Renault, from Byton to Tesla, from Faraday Future to Zorlu. I mean, I think we have the good ingredients in terms of the team. And I think it's worthwhile highlighting that we also have a very good portion of the team coming from the capabilities that have been created in Ankara, which are the either the aviation industry or the defense industry, where these guys have real knowledge about the simulation as well as the integration. And currently 26% of our community is female, and we want to increase it to more than 30%. And we have more than 600 engineers, with 40% of them having either master's or PhD degree. And we were also able to call back the people, 33 people that used to work in out of Turkey, because they believed in creating a value together with us. And by the way, we also have the Great Place to Work certification last year, and hopefully we're going to be getting it for this year. And when we say born electric, born green, born sustainable, it's not just wishy-washy wording that we use, but it is a real part of our DNA. And because we're working on sustainable future technologies, either from the platform itself to renewable charging options through the blockchain, and from the vehicle to grid, vehicle to vehicle capabilities that are already developed, but they are not going to be available yet, but they're going to be available whenever the environment, the ecosystem is ready for it. And on the physical terms, we have carefully chose our technology, developed our plant or campus with green buildings, and we are really proud of our paint shop, which is one of the, let's say, environment killers in the normal traditional automotive value chain. But in our case, in terms of the volatile organic compounds, we are in 5 grams per meter square, where it is the 1/9 of Turkish standards or Turkish thresholds, and it is the 1/7 of the European standards. And we really claim that we are the Europe's most clean paint shop available. And we are also working on the renewable energy solutions to power up the campus as well. And in the case of the battery, which I will come to the details, we're working on the carbon neutral battery production. And after the use of the batteries, where we will be giving 8 years of warranty, but we will be taking care of the reuse and the recycling of the batteries as well after the life cycle. And lastly, we are defining all our value chain from an ESG perspective, and we are doing it from the start. So for us, it's not about transformation of the company in terms of digital transformation or ESG transformation, but rather we are doing everything from the beginning. So we are not going to be transformed, but we are going to be transforming. And where we do it, we are located in the IT Valley of Turkey, which is called Bilişim Vadisi. We have the headquarters and the user lab. And we have our technology campus in Gemlik, Bursa, which is just 40 minutes away from our headquarters. We have our Advanced Technology Center in Ankara, based in Top Eti University. Because again, we want to make use of the capabilities that are already existing in Ankara. And lastly, we have the User Research Center in Europe, in Stuttgart. And this is not a choice by chance, but rather this is one of the 12 hubs, technology hubs of Germany, where Stuttgart is also chosen deliberately because it is also close to the mobility ecosystem that we want to establish, that we are establishing. And the ecosystem cannot be without, or an e-ecosystem, an electrical ecosystem cannot be without a charging solution network. And one of the key topics that the users are concerned with when they want to switch to an electric vehicle is the range anxiety. And in order to take that out of the equation, we established our own subsidiary, and we will be finalizing 1,000 stations Turkey-wide, all around Turkey. And we will be making this widespread network through the direct current machines, so which means they're going to be fast charging, ultra fast charging. And we believe that this is, the ecosystem is all about triggering. So we are going to be triggering the establishment of this network. And currently there are available players, but what we saw, what they are not going to be sufficient, or the speed of these charging stations were not sufficient. So we felt like we need to be there to better serve our users. And they are not going to be just serving for talk users, but they are going to be serving for the mobility ecosystem. And we are also collaborating with Shell to also disseminate these stations through the gas stations, also because they also need to transform themselves to this new environment, to this new league. And for the batteries, because we are going to be, we are developing, and we are putting in the market an electric vehicle, a smart electric vehicle. We actually wanted to be a part of this energy storage business as well, because it is emerging together with the electric vehicles. But I think this was one of the topics of this event, that energy security is a part of the national security. That's why energy storage, stationary energy storage, will be an important part of the future developments. And that's why we decided to establish a joint venture with Ferasis, and Ferasis being one of the key players in terms of the battery technologies, which was established in California, then moved to China because of the market opportunity. And we also have the technical capability to move forward together with our partners. And we will not be just producing the battery packs here, but also the modules as well as the cells. And we're not just going to be producing them, but also developing them. So the IPs that we are going to be developing in Syro, our battery company, they will be belonging to Syro as well. And they are not, this business is not going to be limited to neither talk nor mobility. So we're going to be in every part of the energy storage. And the reason is very simple. There's a market of which is going to be exponentially growing to 3,800 gigawatt hours in the next 8 to 10 years. And just if we take Europe alone, it is going to be emerging to 1,000 gigawatt hours. And current capacity in Europe is around 100 gigawatt hours. And there is a major lack of capacity that needs to be served. And currently 1,000 gigawatt hours of capacities are announced within Europe. However, we believe most of them will fail because they have lack of know-how. They are just startups without technology, and battery technology is rather a complex one. You need a good amount of time to develop the technologies. You need good amount of time to scale up to pass to the manufacturing phase. And once you don't have the customer, you don't know what to build or what to develop, and you have a vicious cycle that once you develop your technology, then you need to find a customer to provide it to, and it takes really a long time to break this vicious cycle. And financing and the focus itself is also are very important components of this battery business. And currently, limited number of players are going to different countries, different companies, different, let's say, e-mobility providers or automobile companies, and they will not be able to serve for all these numerous customers. And there will be a demand and supply gap, which points out a major window of opportunity in the next 10 years. That's why we believe, as Syro, we are in the right time as well as the right place, because Turkey being a part of the customs union, having a very established automotive industry which can be converted into an experience in the battery business, having people very talented, hardworking, and have the base capabilities to serve for this business. And having a customer like Tog as our first customer, I think we have a stepping stone, or let's say an anchor, to move forward. And Syro name comes from Silk Road because it actually acknowledges our Chinese roots as well as the Turkish roots. Because the ancient Chinese road was a Silk Road or Silk trade route, which was coming all the way from China, going towards Anatolia to Europe. So that's why we believe the new Silk Road will be a battery road where we will have the exchange of knowledge, know-how, develop a value from China coming all the way from Anatolia, Turkey to Europe. And we are really obsessed about being clean, or for the clean energy. What we mean by clean is actually we came up with the abbreviations: carbon-free life for Earth and new generations. And we want to actually promote the clean energy and the, let's say, cleanliness in order to serve for this carbon-free world and net zero targets, to come up with a sustainable world. And that's why, as Syro, we say, let's come together for a clean future. Because we believe we cannot do it by our own. We need to work together with the energy companies, with the regulators, with the e-mobility providers, with the people, in order to establish this energy system, or revamp it, or renovate it, or transform it. And our plan is, by the end of this year, we are starting the module and pack production for Tog. And by 2026, we will be also producing cells in Turkey. And then we will increase the capacity after 2029. We believe, just going into the business day by day, actually talking with the people, this seems like a very conservative plan, but this is the plan currently in place we are executing right now. And according to this plan, we will be having 20 gigawatt hours of production capacity in 2032. We will be producing more than 85 gigawatt hours equivalent batteries until 2032. We will be using Syro as our brand within a region of 120 countries, and this regional responsibility will allow us to create synergies within the region, and we will be owning the IPs that we develop within our own company. We are currently located in Bilişim Vadisi with a nice view, and we have the Battery Development Center as well in Bilişim Vadisi, where we are producing on prototypes, and we also have our Gemlik campus where we will be producing our battery modules and packs by the end of this year. And we don't want to just serve for auto market. And we will be providing energy storage solutions for the renewable energy plants. We will be coming up with the energy storage solutions to balance the grid. We will be serving for the micro-mobility, marine applications, industrial applications areas. So we actually are obsessed to transform all the industries that use either the internal combustion engine or emission generating industries into clean ones. And in order to do that, we will be also having module and pack production of lithium phosphate batteries, iron phosphate batteries in Turkey as well. And we see a great opportunity to go more than 60 gigawatt hours per annum, and we are going to be investing 30 billion, more than 30 billion Turkish lira for a capacity of 20 gigawatt hours. And just within the TOG campus, TOG Technology Campus, we are starting our operations, and just right next to the land of TOG, we are going to be making our own investment in order to produce the cells, modules, and packs in the next years. And we believe it cannot be done alone. It should be done together. And we believe that it cannot be just done with the, let's say, step of the value chain that we want to be in, but we believe we need to extend this value chain. So when we talk about the ESG within the value chain, we need to take care, address, or maybe invest in all parts of the value chain, because we cannot just leave our clean destiny to other people. We have to take the responsibility. That's why from mining to raw materials, from the active materials production, from cathode to anode, from recycling to reuse, we are focusing on each part of the value chain to understand where we can create additional value, where we can create an ESG-proof value chain. And we believe, we said in TOG, or TOG believes creating an ecosystem, mobility ecosystem that cannot be operated, that cannot be created alone, but you need to have a partnership approach and work together, come together to do that. And TOG serves for the clean future through electrification, through charging, and Cyro serves for the clean future with the clean energy storage applications or technologies. And we believe being a part of the TOG ecosystem as Cyro and serving as clean for the use case mobility, we are a strong player, strong partner, or strong stakeholder to create this carbon-free Earth world and to push it or to give it to our next generations to come. And that's why we believe, and we believe in this coming together concept, and that's why we want to also invite you to come together or together for this clean future. Thank you. Tam 44 dakika. If you have any questions, we'll be around so we can discuss one-to-one. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our third session today. And thank you so much for your interest. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers first for inviting us all here and really gathering us all around the pavilion. It was very fruitful exchange so far. And I am sure that will continue in the next week as well. So today we will be in this session. We will be talking about different dimensions of climate action. We have three speakers in this session. I will start with a presentation on UN activities in Turkey, and then we will have two other speakers from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And they will be looking into more technical issues on climate change. So without further ado, I would like to start with my presentation. I would like to take a few moments to really set the scene where we are standing on climate action, where we are standing about the progress towards SDGs. And then we'll talk a little bit about the climate action initiatives of Turkey and how, as the UN, we try to respond to those actions. And then give brief introduction, let me say, about operational approach of the UN in Turkey. Excuse me. Okay. I would like to first talk a little bit about the SDGs. You know, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015 as a very comprehensive development agenda. It was agreed by all the UN member states with unanimity. And then there was really excitement to achieve these goals until 2030. However, even before the COVID-19 crisis, we were off track in terms of progress towards SDGs. And we had progress in some areas, but the pace of that progress was not fast enough to bring us to the 2030 that the world leaders imagined in 2015. And in some areas, progress had stalled or even reversed, including SDG on ending hunger, very basic requirements, including progress in terms of reducing inequalities. And on this background, we had the COVID-19 crisis. COVID-19 crisis was obviously another blow to the achievement of SDGs, to the progress towards SDGs. And it was obviously very indicative of the ill-natured relation of humanity with the nature, and how comprehensive consequences this relationship can have on countries, on the world as a whole. So, but it was also indicative of what we can achieve when the world really come together for coordinated action. I would like to just refer to the vaccination efforts during this time. And as you all know, it was achieved in very, very little time compared to the normal cycle of things. But even though we had this achievement, there was another flip side of the story as well. We had the vaccination, but we were not able to get it to all the people who needed it desperately. So there was another clue that some of our governance structures at the global level are not very conducive to achieving progress on some of these goals. Just let me remind you very briefly of the initiative at the first instances when we had the vaccine to lift or relax the international property rights a bit to get them everywhere in the get the vaccines everywhere in the world, but that initiative died out very quickly. Even though the UN Secretary General made a call to treat the vaccine as a public good, which needs to be available for all parts of the world, that could not happen, as we all know. And we are really running into this difficulty of public goods, or as we can also say, the tragedy of the commons in this climate agenda as well. So, on top of this, we had the Russia-Ukraine war, of course, leading us to even more gloomy prospects. Now we have new challenges about energy security, new challenges about food security, and a cost of living crisis all around the world, including in Turkey. So we are operating in a multi-crisis environment. So the prominent talk about the SDGs, for those of you who are following this debate, was to achieve the SDGs by 2030. And we were excited to do that. But now, I should say the rhetoric has changed a little bit. We emphasize the need to rescue the SDGs by doubling down our efforts. So, but given the nature of the SDGs, and then given the environment which I described that we are operating in, it is almost not possible to achieve these goals by dealing with them one by one. So we have to identify focus areas. We have to identify critical interventions which we can use as leverage and which can form a positive feedback loop to the other ones. And climate action and green transition lies at the heart of this perception, because obviously climate action and green transition gives us a positive development path and transformative change. We know by now that positive with environmental, economic, social benefits, we can achieve this transformation. Many models are now telling us this. But we need a lot of things to achieve that green transformation, of course. I would like to mention just one dimension. There is a really more comprehensive role for the public sectors all over the world. I think this nicely matches with the discussions, the two discussions we had in the morning, that the public sector needs to play a lead role by giving guidance, by giving the correct signals to the private sector, to businesses, but then to the society at the same time. So we need that crucial guidance. And integration of climate change measures into planning, strategies, and policy making at all levels will be very critical itself. And I should also mention that not all only mitigation, we are not talking about only mitigation policies or adaptation policies, but all the macroeconomic and fiscal policies as well. It has to be mainstreamed in all of this work going forward. And the planning approach centered around green transition will be essential for Turkey to achieve its ambition to go through a green development revolution. So public sector will play other roles in terms of investments, in terms of targeted innovation and leading the technological movement, channeling and expanding finance available, and a huge regulatory role, of course. But I also want to mention the last 3 points. We will need a whole of government approach coordinating between all institutions, a whole of society approach coordinating between all segments of the society, and most crucially, while we are doing all this, to leave no one behind, as we pledged in 2015 when we were adopting this agenda. This is a timeline of major developments in Turkey. Most of you are really very well aware of these developments. Of course, the timeline does not start with September 2021. There are years of efforts from all entities, maybe in this room as well. But in September 21 was a break-even point in some sense, with the announcement of the net zero target for 2053, and then just 1 month later, the Paris Agreement was ratified ahead of COP26 meeting, and we saw the restructuring of the ministry, the coordination boards, etc. And then there are other, maybe less known critical improvements, like the ratification of Kigali Amendment on hydrofluorocarbons, ratification of the Montreal Protocol, etc. We had many developments, and now we are at the end of this timeline. Turkey will be announcing its NDC next week in this COP27, and the efforts will continue, of course. So, Turkey has raised its ambition in terms of climate action. We can very clearly see this. And how about the UN country team in Turkey? We are trying to respond to this also by raising the bar on our front. UN is a kind of a bit complicated structure. This is the UN country team in Turkey. The blue ones are resident agencies. We have like 13 resident agencies in Turkey, but as part of the UN country team, we also have non-resident agencies. For example, like UNEP, UNOPS, UN Habitat. These are not present in Turkey, but still support our initiatives when needed. That I mentioned already. How do we try to raise our ambition on our side, on the UN side? Most of you know that climate action teams, let's say, have traditional counterparts in the countries like UNDP, FAO, and IFAD, if they are in the country. But we started to see also non-traditional agencies taking a lot of action in terms of climate. In our case, in our specific case, we see International Organization of Migration coming into this field. We see International Labour Organization, UNICEF, WHO, and UN Women as non-traditional actors into this, because the climate action is really, and climate change is a very cross-cutting issue. It has health implications, it has gender equality implications, it has socioeconomic implications like migration, etc. So almost all the UN agencies are trying to do their part to support the huge work already done by the government and the private sector. So we have a kind of a 5-year development plan for the UN, which we call the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. We work under that big strategy document. We have at the operational level 6 results groups. These are interagency platforms where we try to bring together the efforts of the UN agencies. And for us, the last one, climate change, sustainable environment, and livable cities result group is the critical one for today's discussion. This is not an exhaustive list, but to give you an idea of what concretely we are doing, I just wanted to bring up a list of some projects and activities. UNDP is one of the traditional actors in this domain. They are now supporting preparation of Turkey's national determined contribution. They are also working on the long-term strategy with the ministry very closely. But they are also trying to support the mitigation efforts at sector level. Implementation of biodiversity initiatives like marine invasive alien species control, etc. Promotion of renewable energy and implementation of these in some very remote areas, really. And they're also supporting the industrial symbiosis programs. And another big actor is UNIDO. They are responsible for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol on the elimination of hydrofluorocarbons. They are working very closely with Ministry of Industry and industry itself to make this happen. And they're also working on bioenergy, piloting of biomass production. They are the implementing partner for green global clean technology programs, etc. So they're also in the removal of permanent pollutants, organic pollutants. FAO is supporting the biodiversity monitoring programs and also sustainable and climate-friendly agricultural practices. So through their land use programs, etc. So they will also be supporting the ministry with the enhanced transparency framework within the context of the Paris Agreement too. So we are working on forests, we are working on regional climate risks, we are working on watershed management, grant programs for smallholder farmers, agriculturers, and on green jobs, just transition, and integration of gender perspective into climate action. A few days ago, WHO launched a report here in this pavilion on health and climate change country profile of Turkey. IOM is doing some advocacy work, and UNICEF, I just want to stop for one moment there, is also supporting youth engagement in climate action. We are trying, there is an initiative of the government itself, one representative from all universities across the country. So in total, 209 climate envoys selected. And we are working with them to make them really young climate leaders, to empower them, equip them with knowledge and skills that they will need to be more active in this debate. And they will be here, 3-4 of them will be here next week, and they will talk more about that initiative. So I conclude with this nice picture from the Climate Council from last year, showing some of our work with youth. I thank you so much for your attention. And now I would like to invite Mr. Mithat Ekici from Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change from the DG of Meteorology. He's a branch manager in the Directorate of Meteorology, and he will talk about World Meteorological Organization's Eastern Mediterranean Climate Center. So this one is more specific, more concrete about the climate action. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome to our pavilion. I'm Mithat Ekici from Turkish State Meteorological Service. I am the director of the Climate and Climate Change Division in Turkish Meteorology. Why we choose the Eastern Mediterranean Climate Center to talk about for you? Because in last week, WMO General Secretary and GICOS Executive Secretary said in a meeting, firstly, measure the climate, and then mitigate and then adopt the climate change. Measurement of the climatic and the meteorologic data is very important. The Eastern Mediterranean region will be affected very highly in the world for climate change. And Turkish State Meteorological Service is a part of the World Meteorological Organization. I want to tell about what we do together, World Meteorological Organization. This is my outline, climate conditions of Turkey, initiative and the identification of target countries for Eastern Mediterranean Climate Center. Eastern Mediterranean Climate Center has a website and logo for the using countries, preparation of circle and regulators, and climate data monitoring and long-term prediction for climate, system update and archive for using the members. Training and capacity building is very important, and this is very important collaboration the Eastern Mediterranean countries, research and development, and climate watch advisories. Firstly, as you know, Turkey has a difficult geographic and meteorologic conditions. Turkey position is unique position between the continents, Asia and Europe. Turkey is surrounded by the seas. It is very it is a peninsula country on the Middle East. Turkey is open to different air masses from the west, especially meteorologic air masses. In Turkey, occurrence of several meteorological phenomena, even on same day and in the same place. And orographically, Turkey has very hard, sharply and stiff climatic conditions, has several microclimatic conditions. As a matter of course, there are a lot of difficulties for making the observations and the weather forecasting, and of course climatic conditions. Turkish State Meteorological Service has founded in 1937 year by the founder of Republic of Turkey, who is the Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. Turkish State Meteorological Service is 85 years old. Turkish State Meteorological Service is member of WMO, UMETSAT, ECMWF, ECOMET, and ACCORD foundations. And in Turkish State Meteorological Service, there is a climate change department, big department, and there are two divisions under this department. First of all, climate and climate change division. The other one, climate change and sectoral applications divisions. Under this department, there is a regional climate center, Eastern Mediterranean Climate Center, since 2009 for climate issues and training and collaboration. Turkish State Meteorological Service has taken initiative at the meeting of the implementation of RCC network held on October 2008 in Geneva in order to carry out the following responsibilities as a node of WMO RA6 RCC network in order to prepare below products. Which products? Eastern Mediterranean climate data set, monthly maps of observed temperature and precipitation, monthly and seasonal forecast, climate watch advisories, annual climate assessment. We can see the three branch of this network under RA6 pilot regional climate center network. First of all, it is climate data center in Netherlands. Its center is in Netherlands. The climate monitoring center is in Germany, and the long-range forecasting center is in France and Moscow, Russia. And we use these data to issue the target countries. Which countries are Turkey, Greece, Cyprus, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, and Egypt. And Turkey is the member of these three branch of regional climate center network. I say the center of this network and the other slides. This is our East Mediterranean Climate Center website, and the web addresses is emcc.mgm.gov.tr. You can use this address under the Turkish State Meteorological Service internet address, and the logo was created with the map showing countries within the EMCC in the Eastern Mediterranean like base map. The web page includes operations, data service, training, and the capacity building, research and development, archive, and user interface platform. In addition, there are useful links and the climate watching pages. Where are we obtained the data? These data are global data from some global centers. Firstly, for monitoring, we use the Japan Meteorological Agency global data, and we downscale the data to Eastern Mediterranean region, and the monthly total precipitation rate is the same for same domain and from the Japan Meteorological Agency, and the seasonal prediction data from ECMWF in England, from England. This is the Japan Meteorological Agency's precipitation and the 2-meter temperature data web page. You can see, and we use additionally Turkish meteorological station data, etc. And this is the ECMWF web site Mars, from the Mars catalog. We can use a lot of meteorological parameters, but we use just 2-meter temperature and precipitation for East Mediterranean Climate Center. And we made for the seasonal prediction for 3 months, next for 3 months. But you can use from Mars catalog for next 7 months. And this is the display of our climate center illustration. The left one is the 2-meter temperature display, and the right one is the precipitation display. And you can see the target countries. And this is our prediction displays. 8 prediction display. First of all, next month, next 3 months, and integrated for these 3 months. You can use for the temperature and for the precipitation. Totally 8 products we use in this page. Sorry. And totally two monitoring display and observed data. 1 observed data and 8 prediction data. Totally 11 data we display the website every month. And the other important issue from the East Mediterranean Climate Center is capacity building and the training for collaborated countries. We educate the people in Ankara, Istanbul, and Antalya education center for Turkish State Meteorological Service. And there is the very important page for suggestion and feedback. We use this page. Firstly, if a meteorological person from this region use name, address, and of course the title, and fulfill the suggestion or fulfill the suggestion or the feedback, and we adjust this feedback to develop our web page. It is very important, and this one is the last one. In conclusion, Turkish State Meteorological Service has been delivering climate data, climate monitoring, and the long-term forecast products to the Eastern Mediterranean countries through website as a contribution to WMO RA6 RCC network since April 2009. Those climate prediction and information services contribute to decision-making process in many climate-sensitive sectors, such as water, agriculture, health, energy, and disaster risk reduction. Especially this five sector is very important for and the other sectors: forestry, transport, tourism, etc. This also acts as a climate capacity building and training center for the Eastern Mediterranean region. My presentation is end. Thank you very much.
We thank very much to Mithat Bey. As Mithat Bey has mentioned, you cannot monitor or try to connect really what you cannot measure. And it's been great to see what the meteorological services are doing on this end. And also I would like to underline that from this COP, there will be an ambition to cover all the parts of the world by early warning systems in 5 years time. So Turkey has already taken some steps. We frequently receive messages from AFAD. I assume that the background of that information is coming, some of that information is coming from meteorological services. But this is a very important initiative really to reduce the loss and damage we face after disasters and to take preventive action. Thank you so much. Now I want to introduce Yeliz Hanım. Yeliz Hanım will also talk about a specific sector, the building sector. She's from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and she will talk about nearly zero energy buildings, water efficiency in buildings, and the regulation in this front. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Yeliz Tanış. For a long time, I have been working in Energy Efficiency and Installation Department under the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Today, I would like to share some information about energy efficiency in buildings. While starting, my scope consists of 3 parts. Firstly, energy efficiency in buildings. Secondly, planned area zoning regulation and unplanned area zoning regulation. And lastly, incentives for energy efficiency in building. And there are some general informations about as a cooperation between Turkey and the EU. In Turkey, we have almost 11 million buildings, and buildings consume almost 30% of energy. When we look at the greenhouse gas emissions, 30% of greenhouse gas emissions comes from building in Turkey. And in the EU, buildings are responsible for almost 40% of energy consumption, and 36% of greenhouse gas emissions comes from building. When we look at our timeline, energy efficiency studies started in Turkey 27 with the energy efficiency law. It's a general and important law for us because it covers many sectors, including building. And when we look at the building sector, energy performance of building regulation was published in 2007. It's a very important focusing area for us. And when we look at it today, at the beginning of this year, we added some new articles, especially called it NZEP, Near Zero Energy Building. And another important point at the middle of this year added, YESTR calculation tool. YESTR is a calculation tool to produce green certification. And actually, so far, we regulated our regulations over time to be in parallel with EPBD and meet our current necessities. This is the A25 thermal resolution standards. It defines the calculation procedures to heating energy demand in buildings. With this standard, Turkey divides into 4 climate zones, and every climate zone has different U values for walls, roofs, values, and windows. About energy performance of building regulation. The aim of this regulation is to use energy sources in efficiency in buildings, prevent waste of energy, and protect the environment. When we look at some important articles here, new buildings having user areas over 2,000 square meters must be equipped with a central heating system. And new and non-residential buildings requiring cooling energy demands over 250 kilowatts must have central cooling system. Another one, buildings over 10,000 square meters having heating, central heating, cooling, air conditioning, and lighting systems must be equipped by air and computer-controlled automation system. And NZEP is one of our main topics, near zero energy building. NZEP defined the beginning of this year, and according to our definition, buildings having high energy performance and consuming renewable energy at a certain rate on site are called near zero energy buildings. When we look at sub-articles, as of 2023, new buildings over 5,000 square meters must have an EPC, energy performance certificate with at least B class, and consume energy at least 5% from on-site renewable energy. Another one, as of 2025, new buildings over 2,000 square meters must have an EPC with at least B class and consume energy at least 10% from on-site renewable energy. When we look at our next steps, as of 2030, buildings over 10,000 square meters must provide NZEP conditions. And as of 2053, all new buildings must provide NZEP conditions in order to reach our net zero carbon targets. This PEPTR calculation tool is a calculation tool to produce EPC, energy performance certificates, and it was designed by the Ministry in 2011. With this calculation tool, we calculate energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions in the buildings by using design criteria. You can see the PEPTR homepage here. Actually, the national calculation method is a communique under EPB regulation. In this communique, you can see a variety of building typologies, such as detached houses, apartment houses, residentials, education buildings, to hotels, shopping centers, or public buildings. When we look at this calculation method, energy consumption are rated from A class to G class. And there is an important point here. C class EPC, having C plus EPC is mandatory for new buildings. Actually, having an EPC is mandatory for existing buildings. But so far, we haven't any threshold for them. EPC, in Turkey, EPC consists of 3 pages. You can see the first page here. There are general information such as name of building, address, total area, construction permit date, EPC class, greenhouse emission class, renewable energy rates, and yearly energy consumption for every system, such as heating, cooling, domestic hot water, air conditioning, lighting, and renewable energy. When we look at the other page, you can see detailed information about mechanical and lighting system and the most used materials building development. And here I prefer to put some statistics from PEPTR. You can see Average energy consumption for residential buildings, 120. Average energy consumption for non-residential buildings, 130. The rate of renewable energy used in buildings, 10%. And so far, the number of EPC is 1.4 million. These are our communiques. As I said earlier, communiques on the initial calculation method of energy efficiency in building, and another one communique on training and inspection for experts of EPC. Yes, another important topic, green certificate for buildings and settlement regulation. The aim of this regulation is to prepare an evaluation and certification system in order to mitigate negative effects of buildings and settlements by using natural sources and energy efficiency. Under this regulation, there is actually, as a part of this regulation, there is an important communique, National Green Certification System and an evaluation guide. In this evaluation guide, there are many aspects, 5 modules for design buildings and another 5 modules for settlements. When we look at the content of these modules, you can see some items such as integrated building design, construction and management, building material and life cycle, sustainable land use, ecology and disaster management, settlement, neighborhood, urban design. YesTR is a calculation tool to prepare green certificate. This certification system designed by the ministry in the middle of this year. So far, there are some trainings for green certificate systems. Because of that, so far we haven't any green certification. After the trainings, they will start to produce. And here there is an important point. Having a green certificate for a building is on a voluntary basis, but not mandatory. Because when we look at Turkey and in the world, this kind of certification systems are considering many aspects, such as water efficiency, energy efficiency, land use, transportation, decarbonized construction materials, and it means they are costly. It is not easy to have affordable every country. Because of that, generally all the world prefer to this kind of certifications on a voluntary basis. Green certificate in Turkey consists of 3 parts. You can see the first page, general information, and on the second page you can see some detailed information about modules. And there are 4 classes: passing, good, very good, and national security. Our international projects, so far we have many international projects. I put some of them important. Promote energy efficiency in buildings, technical assistance for improving energy efficiency in buildings, and an IPA project, energy efficiency in public buildings in Turkey, GIZ projects, cooperation, and last and ongoing project, zero carbon building project. In the scope of this project, we are planning to aim 2 local action plans in 2 provinces in Turkey, Konya and Gaziantep. In the second part, I would like to give some information about our new articles in planetary zoning regulation and unplanetary zoning regulation. When we look at this, there are some retrofitting applications in buildings, such as EDK, renewable energy systems, thermal insulation, or changing something on heating and or cooling systems. And this kind of applications are exempt from building use permits and construction permits. And another articles related to water efficiency and collecting rainwater collecting systems. When we look at the last part, incentives for energy efficiency in buildings, in last part we have 2 important incentive programs. One of them is a decision taken under Article 7. Article 7 is an article under a law on transformation of areas under the disaster risks. According to this article, in buildings constructed within the urban transformation, credit support is provided, given that the building has an EPC with A or B class. And when we look at the second program, it's a practical guide to low interest credit for heating solution applications for residential buildings. You can see the information credit conditions, this part. And probably this is the last slide, our last developments and the next steps. After the ratification of the Paris Agreement by Turkey, February of 2022, a climate council was held. Climate council covers many sectors related to climate change, and one of them is building. In building, there are 8 policy proposals. I don't think to read all of them, but I put here some examples, such as developing incentives, support financial mechanisms in existing buildings, and credit tax support mechanisms in new buildings. Another one, development of the legal infrastructure for green certification and NZEP. The other one, increasing the use of rainwater and water efficiency in buildings and establishment a zero waste system in buildings. And the last one, using eco-friendly and energy efficiency building material. When we look at our next steps, increasing the number of EPC for existing buildings, increasing the number of buildings with NZEP and or green certification. And by the end of this year, we are planning to complete the revision of TSA 25 thermal solution standards. Yes, my presentation is finishing here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Yeliz Hanım, for your presentation. We see that there are a lot of steps being taken to improve energy efficiency in buildings, and really buildings account for a huge portion of the green energy consumption. So we will see more positive steps coming out of also from the Climate Council. So thank you so much for your attention. We ran out of time. Unfortunately, we will not be able to receive any questions, but we will be around for side talks if you are interested. So thank you so much. I want to just finish by echoing the motto of this COP27. As most of our panelists did in some way or the other, together for implementation. Thank you.
Ses. Özgür Bey, merhabalar. Beni duyabiliyor musunuz şu anda? Kameranızı açabilir misiniz beni duyuyorsanız? Tamam. Benim sesim size net geliyor mu? Şu anda beni iyi duyabiliyor musunuz? Siz de mikrofonunuzu çok kısa açın. Bir şey söyleyebilir misiniz?
Deneme 1-2, deneme.
Yok açık. Bir şey daha söyleyin size zahmet.
Geliyor mu şimdi?
Evet.
Daha...
Tamam geliyor. Tamam teşekkür ederim. Şimdi siz mikrofonunuz kapalı bir şekilde size söz gelmesini bekleyin. Sıra size geldiğinde ekrana sizi full olarak yansıtacağım. Bundan sonra da panelimizi izlemeye devam edin. Teşekkür ederiz. Bağlantılar okeydir.
Sesim geliyor mu şu an? Heh, süper. Geliyor değil mi? Tamam. Tamam, sorun yok. Başlayayım başkan. Welcome dear panelists and participants to our event about energy transition. Sulak Sakal from Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. I'm Energy and Natural Resources expert in Energy Efficiency and Environment Department. I graduated from Middle East Technical University Department of Environmental Engineering, and I continue my graduate studies on climate change negotiations at Middle East Technical University. As you all know, energy sector is one of the main driver of climate change. For this reason, we will discuss energy transition with different perspectives. After all presentations are finished, you can ask your questions to our panelists. First speaker is Kıvanç Zaimler. Mr. Zaimler studied at Istanbul Technical University and Berlin Technical University and held various managerial positions at Turkish Electrical Industry, RAM Foreign Trade and Aygaz until 2008. Mr. Zaimler joined Enerjisa in 2008 and held several roles in natural gas trading and as general manager of distribution and retail companies before serving as the CEO of Enerjisa. Mr. Zaimler as Sabancı Holding Energy Group president since July 2018. He is the chairman of board of directors of Enerjisa Enerji and the vice chairman of the board of directors at Enerjisa Üretim and carries out a partnership relation with the German EON. He is also the chairman of the board of Sabancı Climate Technologies. In his speech, with regards to distribution system operators' role in energy transition, new generation distribution system operator vision with a perspective of clean energy, supply security, geopolitics, and distributed generation with new technologies will be discussed as one of the main headlines of the speech. Mr. Zaimler, you have the floor.
Teşekkürler Sıla Hanım. I talked how to make this session interesting in such a difficult environment. So I will be giving some hints about where electricity distribution is touching to your lives, especially to those who are living in Turkey. ELDER is the umbrella organization of Turkish distribution companies, in other words, distribution system operators. So, the distribution company in every country, not only in Turkey, is well remembered when you have power outage. When it's dark, you understand what the distribution company is doing. And secondly, almost everyone, when you receive an invoice, you remember the distribution company or the retail company. So it's a difficult task. But in Turkey, there are more than 100,000 people working to bring the electricity to your homes, to your offices, to industrial plants. There's a huge work over there, and there's a huge technology as well. So the perception is different than the reality in this case. So we elder would like to change this perception about the distribution companies and explain their contribution in the climate change journey. Because Turkey is a huge country, when you look at these numbers and compare them with the European networks, believe me, there's a huge network bringing the electricity from power plants, from high voltage transmission lines to your homes. Electricity is a major energy actually. You remember electricity when it's gone. When electricity is there, usually don't feel it. It's a sign of the wealth of a country. It's a sign of civilization. So, in my opinion, in my words, electricity is a magic energy. So today here in Sharm el Sheikh and almost all around the world, we talk about environmental sustainability. The impact of energy sector on our climate. But in other parts of the world, again, a big population of people talk about energy security. Whether we have electricity, gas at home, whether it is cold or warm, whether Russia will supply the gas, whether our national resources will be enough. This is the biggest concern of the governments, of the politicians, as well as all populations. And secondly, it comes to the price, to the cost of this energy. Energy equity. It is the affordability of the energy. It is the cost of the energy which impacts our economic development growth model. Whether we use the energy in high GDP creating areas or less GDP creating areas. Whether we use this energy like in Germany, in automotive industry, in petrochemical, in IT, in technologies, or as we are doing in our country in Turkey, mostly in construction, where we produce cement, aluminium, steel, glass, consuming high energy. It's about economical development model of the country. And World Energy Council measures all these three parameters for each country throughout the world. And here are the results. And they call it trilemma. It's not dilemma, it's trilemma. This is the impossible triangle. It is actually an economical term, and which shows you can only optimize those three parameters. You cannot maximize them at the same time unless there is a disruption. So, in Turkey, what is the role of distribution companies for this journey, for the roadmap to net zero to reduce the emissions? There is a recipe, there is a tariff, there is a roadmap to improve this trilemma. There are many different initiatives. The easiest one, have more renewables, have more efficiency, improve your distribution and transmission networks accordingly, use more hydrogen, use battery system, electrical vehicles, electrical charging, and others that you hear and see here in this forum at COP27 and almost in everywhere. But three of all these initiatives is the same in every country's list. Each country today all around the world want to have more renewables, more efficiency program, and improve their networks accordingly. And in Turkey, the companies, the distribution companies, have to follow a roadmap. They have to use a methodology. They have to be aware what is their role. Because in Turkey, the distribution companies are responsible of several emissions. They do not create emissions directly, as you see in scope 1, due to their own consumptions, but they have a big impact on the technical and non-technical losses in their network. It is physics. If you put 100 units of electricity here on the wire, you get an output of 93. Electricity is lost. The electricity which comes from our energy mix, which is natural gas, hydro, coal, lignite, wind, and solar. And this loss is going to scope 2 in our definition. And distribution companies have the responsibility to reduce the theft and loss. There is also commercial loss that we all don't like. Let me say in Turkish, kayıp kaçak. We don't like this kaçak part. It's a commercial loss, but this is also part of the game. The distribution company has to reduce all the technical and non-technical losses. And the biggest contribution comes from scope 3, which is the network that the distribution companies are building. All these transformers, all these cables, all the equipments, it's mainly about the supply chain. So this is the reality that we have in Turkey, and we Eldar would like to increase the awareness of all these 21 distribution companies to contribute to the transition, energy transition of Turkey in the right way. These are the targets I have mentioned. DSO, the distribution system operator, in another word, is distribution company. They have to deal with grid modernization. The population in Turkey is increasing. Urbanization, people comes from small villages to big cities. And the lifestyle is changing, which means we were living 5 or 6 people in a household. Today we are living almost 1 or 2 people in the same household. This means we have more households than yesterday. This means we have to make new connections. Also think about yourself and parents. Today you are consuming almost 2 times more energy than your parents were consuming. Think of the appliances that you use. So the consumption has increased, the number of connections has increased, so the DSO, the distribution company, has invested for it. That's a duty. You cannot leave people without electricity. But there are also some other areas that the distribution company has to do. And this is the role of the distribution company. They are the veins in the body, they are the vessels in the body, in the new world, which have to transfer the clean blood pumped by the heart into all organs in the body. So, more renewables, more clean energy, but this must be transmitted as well as distributed to us, to our household. That's the critical role of distribution companies in the overall energy transition. Think of, we are very much proud if we build a solar plant, a small solar unit in our factory. We call it distributed generation. When you put this solar, we produce energy by ourselves. We became, as a consumer, we became a producer and consumer, so-called prosumer. It's a distributed generation. But this is changing the entire distribution system. It brings additional investment. If you buy an electrical vehicle and want to charge, today my electrical vehicle, now it's been, an electrical charge unit is now being built into my apartment. Just today, I have learned it. I'm now putting a charger, and the street, the transformer on the street has to be adapted accordingly. Think of that there are thousands of chargers in my street. So someone, the distribution company in my street, they have to change the entire system. And this has a cost. I mean, the more we have rooftop PVs, the more we have renewable energy, the more we have storage systems and energy efficiency initiatives, the distribution company has to change as well. While the heart is pumping clean energy, all the veins, all the vessels have to adapt accordingly. And with the increasing of the electric vehicles as well, and they all need a huge amount of investment. Who is going to pay this? Do you want to pay every month 100 Turkish lira more for your electricity bill to cover all this modernization and improvement activities of the distribution company? Probably you will say no. Then who should pay? The government. When we say the government, it means 84 million people of Turkey. How to share this cost? First of all, do we want to pay this for a clean future, for a better, for a low carbon energy environment? If the answer is yes, then how we share it? Do we want to share it? Under any circumstances, 84 million people will share it. But do we want to share it according to our consumption of the electricity? Or do we want to share it equally? To divide it to 84 million or to divide it your consumption? This is the question we have to answer. These are the two questions. Whether we want to pay and how to share. So the distribution companies are the bad guys in the entire sector. They don't have a good reputation. But believe me, they have done huge investments for the last 13 years in this country. They are still doing this. Also, they are doing good things as well by decreasing these inefficient parts of the electricity. The Turkish technical and non-technical losses have been dropped by from 18% to today's 11.9. And the target is to go below 8, which comes to the physics limit. So there is a more journey there, but the problem is, it's obvious that we need more renewables in big scales, as well as more renewables in our consumption points. And they have to be realized, and they have to be well integrated into our system. In Turkey, a large renewable project takes 5 to 6 years from the project idea to realization. We have to shorten this. There are too many stakeholders, 5 different ministries, many financial institutions, private investor, the market mechanism, the pricing mechanism, the support mechanism, everywhere. So we would like, as ELDER, as the association, we would like to increase the awareness of distribution companies, bring them to the same maturity level, same understanding level, to give them the ownership in full compliance with the governance, with the regulations, and full compliance with the performance requirements of financial institutions. You have seen their stands over there. There are many of them. I will be attending in the next session to EBR this session. So they will provide this financing. Once we comply with these performance requirements, at least we can partially share the burden with them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaimler. Second speaker is Özgür Sarhan. Mr. Sarhan graduated from Bilkent University, Department of Industrial Engineering in 2010. He started his career at the State Electricity Generation Company of Turkey. After taking roles in auditing many public power plants, he joined the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources as an assistant expert. He has been serving as the head of Energy Security of Supply, Markets and Statistics Department since 2019. He specializes in monitoring energy security, preparing market analysis reports, developing long-term energy policies and energy statistics. Mr. Sarhan continues his graduate studies on energy system resilience at Middle East Technical University. In his speech, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources of the Republic of Turkey implements the country's energy policies in line with its mission of making the highest contribution to the welfare of the country by evaluating energy resources and natural resources in an efficient and environmentally friendly way, and the vision of a safe future in energy and natural resources. Turkey is building a secure future on the principles of efficiency and environmental awareness. In this regard, Ministry prepared and will publish the Turkey National Energy Plan in a couple of days. This plan includes a baseline scenario of how Turkey can achieve net zero in 2053 in the context of the energy sector. Mr. Sarhan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Slanım. I hope you can hear me well, and I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Thank you very much for this virtual event, for inviting me. My name is Özgür Sarhan, and I have been working as the department head of Energy Security of Supply, Markets and Statistics Department at the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources of Turkey. Today, I'm gonna present you and give you some information about what we are doing for the long-term energy policies and long-term energy plan. First of all, I would like to start with our main policy. The main policy is the National Energy and Mining Policy. It has three pillars: security of supply in the generation and fossil energy market, and our general objective is to ensure a financially stable and transparent energy market that operates in accordance with the provisions of private law in a competitive environment, and an independent regulation and audit in this market for the purpose of energy supply to the consumers in an efficient, good quality, sustainable, low cost, and environment-friendly manner. As you see in the red part of the slide, the 5 things are the base for our energy policy, and as you see, the environment is one of the concerns that we are working on here at the ministry. Demand has been increasing in Turkey, and it is the main driver of our energy system. Our primary energy demand between 2000 and 2022 increased approximately 3.3% per year, and it's above OECD average and other developed countries such as Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and United Kingdom. We are close to China and India. The situation is same in the electricity part. The electricity demand has been increasing approximately 4.4% in a year. And again, we are above OECD average, and we are close to India and China, and we are above the developed countries. While planning our long-term and while developing our long-term policies, we are thinking carefully about what the demand will be, and because it will affect our long-term investment decisions. Renewable energy has been leading the energy transition in Turkey. Nowadays, our installed capacity exceeds 1,000 megawatt and reached to 102,000 megawatt by the end of September 2022. The share of renewables consists 54% of total capacity. As you see, it was very low at the beginning of last decade, 2010, and you can see at the right graph that the capacity is has been coming from mostly wind and solar. The total capacity of wind and solar exceeds 20,000 megawatts by the end of September 2022, and the renewable capacity is about 55,000 megawatts. So, by the help of developed policies in the last decade, we have seen very much investments in the renewable side, and we expect to see more investment in coming decades. So renewable generation has been also growing. The share of renewable was 36% last year, and the share of solar and wind was about 14%. It was only 25 in 2005, and there was no wind and solar generation in 2005. So the development has been impressive here. Also, I would like to mention that the monthly share of solar and wind in total electricity generation reached historical record of 21.4% in July 2022. It was the first time that we exceed 20%. So the result is impressive for the renewable part. Turkey is one of the leading countries in energy transition. I would like to mention that the renewable capacity change between 2005 and 2021 is around 40,000 megawatts. The additional renewable capacity. Turkey is the 8th country in the world and 3rd country in Europe after Germany and UK. So we made lots of investment. The investors here in Turkey, the mostly private investors in Turkey, made lots of investment in renewable side, and we would like to see them. We would like them to invest more in renewable capacity in coming years. So we projected that the energy demand will be increasing up to 2040. This was from our latest publication, the electricity demand projection report, which was published in 2020. The electricity consumption per capita is around 3.6 thousand kilowatt hour per year in 2020, and we expect to reach around 6,000 kilowatt hour in 2040. But as you see, we are again behind the developed countries, even in 2040. So we expect more in electricity demand, and considering the net zero emission target in 2053, we see more electricity demand in the future. As all know that Turkey ratified the Paris Agreement in 2021, and the President announced the net zero target in 2053. So this is one of our milestones while preparing long-term energy scenarios. So nowadays we are preparing our national energy plan, and it is about to end. It's in the approval procedure. I was expecting to present you here the result of our national energy plan, but I'm sorry for that. We couldn't publish it yet. I hope that we will publish it in towards the end of this month. You can see the results in our ministry's website. So here we studied up to 30 years, considering the net zero target in 2053. And we have lots of constraints in both energy supply and energy demand. We would like to use our renewable energy potential, and we would like to diversify energy mix using new technologies. And the infrastructure is very important, as Kıvanç Bey mentioned in his speech. And the energy efficiency is one of the main pillars of our long-term energy strategy. And also the technology part is very important. While increasing the renewable energy capacity, we have to concern the technology side, because if we maintain the local energy, local supply here in Turkey, we can make more investments in renewable energy, I believe. So it's very important, and the nuclear technology is very important. We would like to commission the first reactor in 2023, and we would like to have nearly 5,000 megawatts at the end of 2026. The energy infrastructure is very important. The sector development, the institution development is very important, and at the end, we have to establish more competitive energy markets. So I can say that in our first results, the renewable energy, especially in solar and wind, will be higher than today as today. So when you see the results, you can make more clear comment about that. So constructing energy policy needs a system approach, and we are elaborating lots of things in our ministry. The security of supply is our at the top, our agenda at the top. Also, new technologies have been coming online. For instance, we are talking about the hydrogen. Also, we will be talking about ammonia after maybe 2030. Also, energy storage is very important, will be very important, because the intermittent capacity needs to be managed by the help of new technologies. Also, consumer side will be very important. We have to consider the total system welfare, not only supply side, but also the consumer side. So we are trying to optimize our energy system, and we will try to direct the sector accordingly. I'm coming to end, and I would like to say that world has been changing very fast, because as you see here, the International Energy Agency projected in 1999 in its flagship publication, World Energy Outlook. They say that in 2020, the other renewables, which include biomass, wind, geothermal, and solar, will be only 142 gigawatts. When we look at the 2009 World Energy Outlook publication, we see that wind will be 422 and solar will be 100 gigawatts in 2020. But when we consider the reality in 2020, the wind capacity was around 731 gigawatts and solar was 716 gigawatts. So what happened in 10 years that the projections was not realized, and the wind and solar became very important in the energy sector. So in the future, we can see more diversified technologies. So we are trying to elaborate them. So in conclusion, we are in the post-COVID period, and also there is a war ongoing between Russia and Ukraine. Also, we have zero emission targets, and we are talking about the localization. As our minister said, that the rooftop capacity of Turkey reached to 2,040 400 megawatts by the end of 2020, September. So it's a huge capacity, and we will see more in the future related to distributed generation. Also, as I mentioned in my presentation, storage, electric vehicles, and hydrogen, as Kıvanç Bey said that these are on every country's list, and we are following. So I'm finishing by with our Deputy Minister's word. I like it very much, and I would like to mention about it. He said that energy transition should be smart. We need to take into account a sustainable energy transition. It should be responsive, rational, flexible, and digital. But more importantly, we need to have political consistency. So thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer. And if you have further questions, you can send me email, then I will answer to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarhan. Lastly, Mikhail Yusupov. Mr. Yusupov graduated from Bilkent University Department of International Relations. He has master's degree in international relations and economics at Corvinus University and European and international relations at Vienna Diplomatic Academy. Until 2013, he worked as the protocol branch manager at the Central Bank of Azerbaijan. And also he worked as a lecturer in international relations, security and political science at Hazar University. He has been serving as Chief Communications and Government Relations Officer since October 2020 in SOCAR. SOCAR Turkey aims to implement energy efficiency, electrification, resource management, and flame flue management initiative to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 1% per year in the short term. In long term target is a 40% reduction in Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 2035, and to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, and collaborating with alternative energy startup through CVC. In his speech, Mr. Yusupov will discuss the targets of SOCAR Turkey for climate change. Mr. Yusupov, floor is yours.
Thank you, Bushra Hanım. You stole some part of my presentation, but it's okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this event. I'm very proud, and I want to, on behalf of our company, thank Minister of Energy of Turkey and, of course, Minister of Climate, Urbanization and Climate Change. It's our honor to be here to represent our company. Just to start before, I would like to give some information about SOCAR Turkey and overall SOCAR's performance in Turkey. We are the biggest industrial holding in Turkey, and the direct investments from Azerbaijan in the last 14 years is amounting around 17.7 billion United States dollars. So in the last few years, as a biggest industrial holding in Turkey, of course, we have put very much vital importance to the low carbon energy transition as well. And of course, I would like also to divide my presentation into two parts. In the first part, I'm going to talk about the international agreements about the low carbon transition, and as a SOCAR Turkey, what we did so far and what we are planning for the future. As everyone knows, the transition to low carbon energy is the key in order to tackle the climate change. Unfortunately for the energy companies, in the last few years, the oil and gas companies mainly are the scapegoats for the climate change, mostly saying, but in reality, of course, we are one of the contributors. But I would say also, frankly, that oil and gas sector is also one of those who is putting enormous effect and the energy in order to tackle this problem. I'm going to mention Paris Agreement, which is limiting global average temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. European Green Deal, which is aiming to become net zero by 2050. And of course, United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, that happened last year in Glasgow. These are the roadmaps, actually, and the rules are the ones that were agreed in COP26 in Scotland last year. I would say after that event, the prices of carbon credits traded in international markets reached the highest ever level. I'm going to give you just a small information, as you can see on the left side on the graph. For the last almost 5 years, 6 years, the ratio of carbon tax and ETS, emission trading system, was on favor of carbon tax, and first time in the last, as you can see, the average price, the total price, I would say, the revenue increased by almost 60% and is passing 64 billion United States dollars. And of course, on the other side, the annual voluntary carbon market value is also exceeding 1 billion USD per year. And of course, there is a important target for the future. As you know, by 2030, there is a target of bringing temperature rise to below to 1.5 degrees, and for that we need to fall by 43%. And in reality, where we are, I mean, it's of course a big question, a big deal for the future to discuss. Of course, on the other side, when it comes to the private sector as well as tracking changes in carbon market, we need to follow these important stages. Of course, I mean, engaging, reconsidering, reconfiguring, creating, and of course, tracking. And in light of this information, we explain how the energy market works today and the latest state of energy-related global emissions. We can see the data here. It's okay. As you can see here on the slide, due to, of course, the big effect of the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 2-3 years, in 2000, comparing the numbers to 2019 to 2020, as you can see, of course, pandemic had important impact, and comparing these 2 years, carbon emissions from fossil fuel conversion and the industrial non-combustion processes fell by 5.1%. However, after a rapid increase in the economic recovery in past year, into 2021, energy-related carbon dioxide emissions, of course, again are rising back to 6%. Of course, I mean, this is worrying, and especially considering that we have a very clear in the overall in the world and also in energy sector, there are clear targets for the future. But as you can see from the chart here, I mean, it is difficult to reach that considering these increases. Also, you can see here the comparison of emerging markets and advanced economies. For example, in the case of China, you can see comparing to last 20 years, there is a huge increase. In advanced economies, especially taking into account United States and European Union, there is a slight decrease in the emissions. And of course, if you can see below, Japan, for example, it's going steady without any change in the last almost 20 years. There are also another statistical information here for your information. In 2021, investments in renewables has reached a record level, 440 billion United States dollars. And over the last few years, investment in dispatchable low-emission technologies reached around 100 billion. But the reality on the ground is totally different, and in order to reach the 1.5% degrees decrease in there is a need for a huge investment, around 6 trillion United States dollars. Of course, I mean, it's possible to reach that amount, but there is a important need for a collaboration between the governments and financial institutions. It's not just the duty of governments, it's not just the duty of people. As Kıvanç Bey stated in his presentation, I just want to make a comment on that as well. For example, he mentioned about the asking people if they are ready to pay some more extra money in order to get renewable energy or clean energy, and most people are saying that they are not ready because of the increase in the prices. It's true, unfortunately, especially in the eastern geography of the world, but in the western, people are ready to pay more in order to get more clean and green energy. And of course, we need to change first the culture, mindset of the people, and also there is an important point here, to keep in mind. I mean, of course, when you say you are not ready to get to pay the money, it's somehow getting back to you, and you are paying twice or even more times in order to get the green energy, because it's the future, it's the reality. As a fossil fuel producer country in Azerbaijan, as you may know, Azerbaijan is the first industrial producer of oil in the world, starting from the end of the 19th century. So it's a reality. We need to think about the future if we want to live in a more green and clear future. So I'm moving into next slide. Okay. What kind of industry we will see in the future? These are the four important topics that we have chosen in order to announce here. So it's hydrogen trade, promising technologies, electric vehicles, and just to give an information here, in 2022, 2 million electric cars were sold in the first quarter, and it's up 75% comparing to the same period in the 2021 last year. And of course, sustainable fuels. And here, of course, the new transportation regulations continue to increase the demand for electric vehicles worldwide. And this also could require a need for sustainable fuels significantly. And as SOCAR Turkey, we are also working here on SAF and on bio-naphtha production. So this is also any extra information. So these are four together, and they are expected to lead us for the future. Hydrogen export hubs, hydrogen market creation, new industrial branches and technologies like EV charging stations, and new job opportunities in emerging green areas. This is the future in the industry. I don't want to spend much time here. I want to move on to the SOCAR Turkey part. Okay, and here you can see the challenges in low carbon transition. And so these are the main challenges, four challenges: environmental sustainability, economic stability, security of energy supply, and social aspects and demands are important challenges for the future. And of course, we are experiencing two-way complex deadlock here. And the solution here, what we are proposing is combining regulations, local, regional, and governmental policies, technologies, and of course, consumer behavior. It needs to come together in order to have a solution for the low carbon transition in the future. And as SOCAR Turkey, what we do, what are the perspectives, commitments, investments for the future? We are strongly following SDGs. Out of 17 SDGs, we have chosen 7 important ones for our daily and future operations, as you can see from here. This is somehow our roadmap in low carbon transition and also in sustainability. That's very important for us. Our pathway, decarbonization pathway, comes from our operational moves, from our strategic new areas, especially considering that we are heavily investing in also renewables as well. Carbon offset is very important for the future, for our pathway, for our future roadmap, and of course projects requiring investment. There is a huge need for the investment in the sustainability. The numbers are not in billions but in $1 trillion. So we need to talk like in a taking into account the reality, of course. And the reality is that if countries, companies, financial institutions don't come together and address the challenge that we are facing for the upcoming 8 years, I would say by 2030, it's almost impossible to reach the goals. I just want to also to talk about the short term, what we are concentrating upon. These are the initiatives from our team, from our sustainability team. We are focusing on energy efficiency at our premises. We are adopting a pilot testing methods for the projects with the greatest economic and sustainability impact. Considering the perspective of carbon emission assessment for new investment, that's very vital for the future of our investments. And of course, exploring potential decarbonization and offset opportunities in all of our endeavors in Turkey. In the long run, we are of course laying the groundwork for strategically transformative and inclusive growth. We are prioritizing our initiatives related to our new investment areas and evaluating the carbon price impacts for the future. And also, we are monitoring regulations closely and setting roadmap for our proactive adaptation in strategic decarbonization. These are some of our projects in our research and development. CARMOF is an important project that we are following in our research and development sector. Our goal here with the CARMOF is to develop a new absorbent materials and new industrial processes to capture up to 97% carbon emission in our post-combustion flue gases. And also there is a second project, carbon dioxide focus project. We are here developing a sustainable and energy efficient and economically viable carbon dioxide conversion technology. This is the process. And of course, last but not least, for SOCAR Turkey, I believe also it is important also to keep in mind for all companies, governments, and people, individuals like us, there is a need to keep everybody around. No one should be left in our decarbonization journey, especially our employees, considering SOCAR Turkey, our stakeholders, our residents, and of the cities that we are working in, and the regions, of course, where we operate. Just to give a side note at the end of the day, we are coming here together in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. It's an amazing opportunity, of course, to discuss this kind of issues, sustainability, future, low carbon transition. But of course, we are talking a lot, but there is a need to come together and to act rather than talk, have a fancy meetings, bring people together and not have an outcome. So yeah, as a SOCAR Turkey, as a company, our key message to our employees and to the sector, to the energy sector is, as we have put a very important target for ourselves, by 2035 in Scope 1 and Scope 2, we are trying to reduce our carbon emissions by 40%. And by 2050, we are aiming to become carbon net zero in Scope 1 and Scope 2. And yearly, just to give you a real information, in our Star refinery, maybe some of you heard about that, it's a newly built refinery, state-of-art refinery. Firstly, we had a per year production rate of 10 million per year. Last year, we have increased it to up to 11 million tons per year refining capacity. But despite increasing 10% our production, we have lowered our water consumption, energy consumption, gas consumption, and this is the real example. There is a need, strong need for digitalization, especially in the oil and gas sector. By digitalization, it's easily achievable. There are some easily achievable targets that we can do very easily. I mean, with a very low investment, not with the 6 trillion almost investment that is needed for the like upcoming 8 years. So we need to work, private companies, public companies, financial institutions, governments, people need to come together. And I believe this conference here will give us a chance to meet new people and come to a good conclusions. Thank you very much for listening, for your attention. And if you have any question, I will be glad to answer your questions. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to all panelists for sharing very valuable information. Since we are out of time, we cannot make a question answer session. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. I think we can get started. So welcome to Shura Energy Transition Center's side event at COP27. My name is Ümit Şahin. I am the coordinator of climate change studies at Istanbul Policy Center, Sabancı University. And Shura Energy Transition Center was established 4 years ago with the initiative of Istanbul Policy Center, European Climate Foundation, and Agora Energiewende in Germany. And our main goal is provide science-based information for energy transition. So today we have an interesting event to present one of our latest reports, the key outcomes of one of our latest reports, integration of renewable energy resources into the Turkish electricity system. As you all know, Turkey declared net zero target for 2053, and this means that Turkey will have a reduction target, or Turkey should reduce its emissions as soon as possible. And we hope that Turkey will peak its emissions as soon as possible. And for this energy transition, for this emissions reduction, one of the most important thing is phasing out coal and introducing more renewables to the system. And it always presents a question about system flexibility and how the electricity grid will respond to this transition. So what we are doing at Shura Energy Transition Center is to provide insights and especially modeling and other science-based information about this issue. So today we have two speakers. Alkınba is the director of Shura Energy Transition Center, and Ayşe Ceren Sarı is the energy analyst in the Shura Energy Transition Center. They will present you the results. Then afterwards we will have a Q&A session. Before giving the floor to Alkım, I want to advertise our next week's event. Istanbul Policy Center will have another side event next week on Tuesday at 4 o'clock, I guess. And it will be about the costs of Turkey's net zero emissions, net zero targets, or the decarbonization pathway. Because last year we published the first Turkey's decarbonization report, and everybody was talking about the cost of this decarbonization pathway. So this year we are going to present the costs and benefits of this net zero for 2050 pathway. So if you have time, please join us next Tuesday. Now, I would like to invite Alkınba to the floor for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ümit Bey. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to address you here. So as Ümit Bey mentioned, today I'm going to present you the results of our study, which was published actually in April this year. You know, Turkey has already declared a net zero target, and renewable energy integration is a very important issue. As of today, we are in a good position in the power sector. More than half of the installed power is coming from renewables, and approximately 40% of the generation is supplied by renewables. However, this should be multiplied several times if we would like to reach a net zero target. That's why the integration of renewable energy resources are really important. In the past, actually, the problem was the costs. Today, the technology costs are really lower than the fossil fuels. So one of the biggest debates in Turkey actually is the impact of renewable energy, especially wind and solar, intermittent renewable energy, to the Turkish transmission grid. So in this study, we have focused on 2030, and we have analyzed two scenarios actually. One is the accelerated renewable energy scenario, and the other one is a coal phase down scenario in which many megawatts of wind and solar are introduced in the Turkish transmission grid, and the effects of this wind and solar energy are modeled and analyzed. Okay, so I think there's a technical problem, but let me start. So, okay. So it is important that the Turkish transmission grids should be handled with a forward-looking planning based on system reliability and system security. So as a result, I would like to start with the key results actually of this study. To start with, then I will give the details. So we found that actually the existing Turkish transmission grids and the planned investments until 2030 actually provides a solid foundation for integrating renewable energy, mainly much more solar and wind energy. It is possible to increase wind and solar resources while reducing fuel energy resources based on these planned investments. And also, of course, it will be very important to increase the flexibility of the transmission system. So when we come to 2030, as a result of the scenarios that we have analyzed, it is possible to increase Turkey's renewable energy share in generation to 60 to 70%. Today, it's around 40%. By 2030, it can be increased to 60 to 70%. And it is also possible to reduce the coal in the system from 20 gigawatts to 5 gigawatts by 2030 in the coal phase down scenario, so the generation will be, the coal will be actually forming 5% of the generation by 2030. As I explained, the key issue here is to continue the investments as planned. I'm not talking about additional investments, but I'm talking about already planned investments. So Turkey is going through some macroeconomic problems. There's a global energy crisis. So sometimes it is difficult for institutions to keep up with the investment budgets. But since we declared a net zero target, this will be essential for the integration of more renewables. And the second one is to integrate flexibility options to the Turkish transmission grid, which we don't have any at the moment. These are pumped hydropower plants, batteries, strengthening the interconnection system with the neighboring countries, or system oriented allocation of wind powers, new solar powers, rather than the resource-based allocation. So there are many flexibility options that we will describe later. So I would like to give the details of the study, not in a very long manner. Okay, in our study, actually, we have modeled the market the day-ahead market, and also we had grid simulations. The inputs of the market simulations, the outputs of the market simulations were introduced to the grid simulation. And we also, for each scenario, analyze the grid constraints in the form of redispatch amounts or renewable energy curtailment amount. We have analyzed whether we need additional transmission system analysis, and at the end we have also performed a cost-benefit analysis about different scenarios. So we have, in our study, we have 3 scenarios actually, you can see here, and 10 different sensitivity scenarios. Business as usual is the continuation of the existing policies. In this scenario, actually, we reach to the more or less same generation levels, same renewable energy generation levels in terms of percentage when we come to 2030. The second one is the accelerated renewable energy scenario, in which by 2030 we will have 30 gigawatts of wind and 34 gigawatts of solar energy. The third scenario is the coal phase down scenario, in which the amount of coal is reduced from 20 gigawatts to 5 gigawatts to 5% of 2030 generation. And in this scenario, we are having 33 gigawatts of wind and 41 gigawatts of solar. Then we have some sensitivities based on the level of demand increase, the level of operational nuclear units within, under Akkuyu power plant to be constructed. And we have different flexibility options for each scenario. So, yes, flexibility options. Okay. Flexibility options differ on the basis of electricity demand and generation scenarios. So each scenario has different flexibility options. Here you can see the electricity demand. The electricity demand was adopted. Actually, 2019 electricity demand was modeled to 2030, considering the effects of electrification, electrical vehicles, which will create additional demand at the end, but also some energy efficiency assumptions were also applied for the accelerated renewable energy scenario and for coal phase down scenario. Here we have actually used the results of previous Shura studies. So we know what we can achieve in terms of energy efficiency or what we can foresee in terms of electrification. So these are all considered. So when we come to 2030, you can see here that in terms of installed capacities, actually solar and wind power plants maintain their pioneering role in the capacity expansion. So in this slide, you are seeing the transmission grid of Turkey. The gray lines here are the existing transmission lines, and the red ones and red dots are the planned ones by the system operator for the next 10 years. So in this study, we have assumed that these investments will be realized. Merit order was also applied in our simulation, and the market simulations were carried out considering the short-run marginal costs, and bilateral agreements and purchase guarantees were taken into consideration here. And also another important factor is that we have assumed that the locations of new wind and solar powers will be determined in places which will not force the transmission system. So rather than choosing the most windy and most sunny locations, of course, this is very important, and these are not undermined, but still we have also taken into consideration their locations, the system reliability and security considerations when defining the locations of those new power plants, which is making a lot of difference. So here are the results. Here on the left-hand side, you see the existing generation mix of Turkey in 2020. The share of renewables, the green one and the blue one is hydro and other renewables, is around 43%. And in the business as usual scenario, if nothing changes, actually the share of renewables remains the same if we don't integrate more. In the accelerated renewable energy scenario, on the other hand, the ratio of renewables in electricity generation is increased to 60%, and solar and wind accounts for 30%. And finally, in the coal phase down scenario, it increases even further to 70%. And the ratio of coal and wind is increasing to 35% in this scenario. So here we have assumed some flexibility options. 1 gigawatt of pumped storage hydropower station, 600 megawatts of energy battery storage capacity. We are using demand side response, using renewable energy as spinning reserves. As I explained, we have a system-driven approach to determine the locations of new wind and power stations. And at the same time, in the coal phase down scenario, we have used the same approach when deciding which coal power plants are to be commissioned first. So this is not decided according to their efficiency or other factors, whether they are local coal or imported coal. But in this study, we have determined it according to their effects on the system. So if they have negative effects on the system, they have been decommissioned first. Another flexibility option is the utilization of interconnection capacities with the neighboring countries. And finally, another one is keeping the existing flexible power plants in the system. In this slide, you will see the investments needed for each of these scenarios. On the left, here you can see the yearly realized investment amount per kilometers for 400 kilovolts and 154 kilowatts of transmission lines, which is, for 750 kilometers per year. In the business as usual scenario, this will be increased up to 850 kilometers. So when we check our two scenarios, accelerated renewable energy scenario and the coal phase down scenario, we see that the required investments for the 400 kilovolts system is more or less the same, actually lower than the business as usual scenario. But in terms of 154 kilovolts, the investment need is a bit increasing because new wind and solar power plants are usually connected to the grid through 154 kilowatts. But overall, this is in line with system operators' investment plans. They have assuming around 800 kilometers per year. So as a result, we can say that we will need very little additional investments actually, as long as we stick to the investment plan. Okay. And here you can see the effects of flexibility options, how they are actually balancing the system. Here you will see the electricity generation for a typical 48 hours in the spring during the weekdays. So the graph on the top belongs to the accelerated renewable energy scenario, and the one in the bottom belongs to the coal phase down scenario. So solar energy is very important in those scenarios. So you will see that during daytimes, the energy has a peak coming from solar, so which is balanced in the accelerated renewable energy scenario by hydro pumped storage and interconnection lines. Actually, just behind the green line, you will see the interconnection capacities and storage capacities with yellows and greens. So when there is, wind and excess generation, we start to store them on the one hand, and we give excess generation to neighboring countries through interconnection system. During nighttime, when there is no solar, it's just the opposite. Then we start the discharge from the storage facilities, and if needed, we buy from other countries. So all those flexibility options, not only storage, but also batteries, demand side response, all of them help to stabilize the system, and the system is reliable with the renewable energy capacities that I mentioned in both scenarios. So what we have analyzed in this study actually is that two important indicators for the system security. One is the redispatch amount, which is important because when this is increased, it shows that the system has some problems in balancing itself. And the second one, the green columns you will see, are renewable energy curtailments. So in the accelerating renewable energy scenario, in the coal phase scenario, you will see that the redispatch amount decrease because of the system-driven approach that we decide while defining the locations of these power plants. On the other hand, since we have a lot of intermittent renewable energy in the system, the curtailments are increasing. However, these are in acceptable levels. Redispatch quantity and the required energy curtailment amounts are less than 5% of the generation, which is acceptable. So these scenarios also have different effects on the network, especially in the business as usual scenario. On the top left-hand side, you will see it when Akkuyu is also operating. So you will see a lot of negative orders coming from the south, or deload instructions coming from the south, and in the west and northwestern part, with the green dots, you will see the positive orders. In the accelerated renewable energy scenario, you will see the curtailments actually with yellow dots. You will see some curtailments on solar powers, and also it's not very obvious actually here, but we have some green ones showing the wind curtailments over there. And in the coal phase down scenario, there are some congestions in the lines actually, which can be seen with the blue lines over there, because the coal is drastically reduced in the system. So there are some congestions, but these are again below 250 hours, which are in acceptable levels. Finally, we have a cost analysis, cost benefits analysis. Actually, here you will see the comparison of coal phase down scenario with the business as usual scenario. So we have analyzed the factors of carbon cost here, the change in the redispatch and curtailment costs, also change in the average market clearing price, investments and O&M costs, and also in the capacity mechanism costs. So in the coal phase down scenario, some of them are increasing, like the investment cost, like the O&M cost, but overall, on the coal base, the market clearing prices reduced, and also in terms of carbon cost, it creates a huge difference. So when we compare it to the business as usual scenario, it creates around 5.5 euro benefit per megawatt hours compared to the base. So after these long and maybe boring technical discussions, I will come to the conclusion again. So as a result, actually all these details, all these technical studies show us actually it is possible to integrate considerable amount of renewables, and not in a very long time, as short as 2030, to integrate more than 30 gigawatts of wind and solar to the system. And what we have to do is just to keep up with the existing investment plans, continue the planned investments, and integrate all flexibility options to the system as possible. So now I would like to stop the technical part, because after that, actually, it will be important to prepare the policy perspective, because integration of these flexibility options will require different policies in terms of market structure, in terms of technology. We are also now working on a flexibility study as Shura, focusing on different flexibility options and the policies needed to foster these options. So I would like to give the floor to Ayşe, who is going to present us these flexibility options and the policies that will foster them. Ayşe.
Thank you very much, Alkım Hanım. Good afternoon, everyone. As Alkım Hanım mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about the flexibility options to actually reach all these targets that Alkım Hanım explained. As you might have noticed in our studies, we give like a great importance to system flexibility. We see system flexibility as a very integral part of our analysis. So here in the study, which is yet to be published, we looked at the possible policy options around this, let's say, 6 year plus the market mechanism, 6 technologies plus the market architecture, so to say. And because we have very limited time and it's like a wide range of policies, I'm going to throw in some keywords for every action area. So to start with, the first action area, policy mechanism area, is about the possible changes to be made to the wholesale market structure. So the most important keywords I would like to say here is, first of all, implementation of a carbon pricing mechanism is also very important, very necessary to also be established to keep up with the net zero targets and also to enable the other technologies. The second policy area will be increasing transparency and data sharing and improving the balancing power market and imbalance penalties to support system flexibility, transition to a regional pricing system, determination of the applied maximum and minimum price limits according to the lost load value, avoiding intervention in price formation in market conditions, under market conditions, intraday market door closing times to approach the real time, improvements to be made in ancillary services markets, in which we are going to get in detail very soon, ensuring demand-side participation in the market, which also has its own cluster, and re-evaluating domestic coal purchase guarantees and capacity mechanism practices, and implementing them in a way that prioritizes flexible, and clean energy sources. When we look at the energy storage, there are actually many policies that we suggest in our studies. I'm just going to present some of them here. So first of all, it is necessary to establish energy storage capacity targets that will contribute to Turkey's 2053 net zero emissions targets. So we link long-term policies, long-term targets. Energy storage legislation needs to be improved to support investments, and unclear points for investors should be clarified. The third important point about energy storage is that in order to benefit from arbitrage opportunities in the markets, the market architecture should be improved to support energy storage technologies. Implementation of the carbon pricing mechanism, again, like what we have seen in the market architecture, actually, this will make the use of energy storage technologies more attractive, especially in the short and medium term. Participation in different markets, such as the balancing power markets and ancillary services, offers revenue opportunities for energy storage systems. The participation of energy storage systems in these markets should be ensured, and also infrastructure arrangements should be made to ensure that energy storage systems are used in a way to create a virtual energy line to reduce density and restriction in distribution and transmission line. When we look at power to X technologies, we see that a clear roadmap of green hydrogen, which we have been hearing about recently a lot, actually, through different geographies, and the legal framework for the integration of applications of this technology into the energy market should be drawn, and we need concrete targets to be determined within green hydrogen technology. Within the scope of the legislation to be enacted, a clear definition of the concept of green hydrogen should be determined, and a certification system should be developed in this regard, which is in line with international certification systems. So also in terms of green hydrogen, we need various incentive mechanisms to be established in order to increase the investments in this area. And again, as in the energy storage systems, we need long-term planning, and we need to make it mandatory to use green hydrogen at certain rates for the use of hydrogen in sectors that are difficult to decarbonize. When we look at demand-side participation, this is also an area which is very cost-effective, the most cost-effective area actually, and we have many recommendations in many implicit demand-side participation and also distributed generation-wise. So as we know, as the stakeholders here, this demand-side participation is directly affected by the general policies implemented in the market, in the energy markets. So the improvements to the overall market architecture will enable the potential of demand-side participation to be exploited. So Turkey's energy legislation will need to be reviewed and, if necessary, rearranged from a consumer-centric perspective. The potentials in industry zones where there is intense energy demand in terms of both peak and total loads should be determined, and the savings that these regions can achieve with the participation of the demand side should be revealed. So we need intensive analysis in this regards, regional-wise analysis. All consumers must switch to smart meters with at least hourly resolution in order to benefit from demand-side participation opportunities. Necessary legislation regulating to duties and responsibilities of aggregators should be prepared. And the fair participation of distributed energy resources in real-time markets, spot markets, and all kinds of capacity mechanisms should be ensured by all kinds of legislations. So the fifth area is electrical vehicles. So first of all, tariffs and regulations that encourage charging at different prices at different times during the day should be established. So we need times of use tariff, especially for electric vehicles. EV charging, which may shift to peak load in Turkey actually, needs to be moved out of the peak loads with different practices and regulations. In order to achieve this, it is necessary to establish the needed infrastructure. And following the increase of the number of the electric vehicles, pilot programs should be implemented in the regions to be determined to measure the effects of these vehicles and smart charging on the grid. So we need special mechanisms, regulations, and behavioral applications to assess the effect of electrical vehicles on the grid and implement behavioral changes if necessary. And beyond this charge optimization issue, the use of electrical vehicles to feed back to the grid will increase the system flexibility, as you know. So steps should be taken to realize this potential of vehicle-to-grid applications. When we move to the sixth area, digitalization and smart grids, as we know, the basic requirement for flexibility is providing the necessary infrastructure for communication and remote monitoring in the energy system. So in this regard, it is necessary to make the needed infrastructural investments by public sector and to impose certain obligations on the private sector. And systems to enable data monitoring should be encouraged in distribution systems. A virtual platform should be established to increase the communication between transmission operator and distribution operators. And legislation should be enacted to enforce the use of smart meters, inverters, and charging units. Our last point is the transmission lines and interconnection. So, infrastructure investment should be planned to include the capacity increase targets in renewable energy plants, as well as supply needs. And with the increase in distributed generation capacity, the cooperation between the DSOs and TSO needs to be strengthened. DSOs should be allowed to establish flexibility markets to contribute to system flexibility themselves. And again, long-term plans, long-term targets should be made to increase the interconnection capacity with neighboring countries. So, thank you very much for your attention. I would like to give the floor to Ümit Şahin.
Thank you, and thank you for attention. Now, we have some time for discussion. If you have questions from the floor, let's start with you, because I have maybe some few questions, but any questions from your side, please?
Okay, so my question is regarding the energy storage. With the increasing number of electric vehicles, we would expect the importance of energy storage to increase, but could you elaborate a bit on that, like where we are currently in the Turkish market and where we need to be in terms of energy storage? And with the models you're running, do you have a forecast, for example, for the next 5 years, 10 years, or would you like to study this area?
Actually, this is one of our planned projects for 2023. So yes, we are going to analyze the both projections, but also we would like to focus on smart charging optimization, which will be very, very important. We have some assumptions for 2030 from previous studies, which we have analyzed by 2030, 2.5 million electrical vehicles and 1 million EV charge stations. But charging optimization will be very important for system flexibility, and the policies needed to foster it will be very important. So yes, this is one of the projects that we're going to concentrate next year. Should I give?
Thank you for the presentation. Since we are at the international forum, very much international. I would like to ask you what kind of global standards would you like to see for all the parts of this study? Is there something coming from international levels, such as on green hydrogen or on value chains, something that you would like to see coming to Turkey in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Actually, all the solutions that we have proposed here are coming from international experiences. This is not specific to Turkey. So all those technologies, on the one hand, or the policies that we are suggesting, actually are either developed or being considered throughout, all or the countries for decarbonizing the systems. In terms of green hydrogen, Turkey has a huge potential because of its huge renewable energy potential, actually. Of course, it will be important to have some research on the technologies. It's a developing technology. The costs are still quite high, but it's a big potential. So international cooperation, exchange of information, following up best practices is key. And as Shura, this is what we are trying to do while doing our research. Also, we are analyzing what is going on in other countries and try to integrate them to Turkey.
Other questions? Yes, I think it's, yeah, okay. Okay, if I have two questions actually for both of you. In this study you presented, it is seen that it is possible to phase down coal quite soon, right? So until 2030, and this is the most important question actually for Turkey's updated NDC, as we all know, that because of the reasons that in the energy sector, mainly base load is seen as a must. But I think this study is considering the opposite. So can you tell us about, is it possible to create such a system in 10 years or 8 years without a very large base load in the system?
So I think this study shows that it is possible. Of course, it's not easy, but there are ways to accomplish it. I mean, Turkey can introduce these flexibility options to the systems. As long as these investments continue, we see that by 2030, to drastically reduce the coal amount. This study, by the way, is not focusing on the net zero, because when we started, Turkey did not actually, had not declared a net zero target. So it's a short-term study, but even in the short term, it is possible to do it. If we consider from the net zero perspective, the transition will be huge. I mean, now we are talking about the power, the electricity sector, but we should also consider the change that will be occurred in the industry, in energy intensive sectors in the industry. For instance, the sectoral composition should change. There was Kıvanç Zaimler before us actually presenting here that Turkey should change its industrial policy as well, from energy intensive industries to more, more efficient, less carbon intensive, technology oriented technologies or industries that is creating value added. And transportation, agriculture, buildings, these will go through drastic improvements. So which I mean by this explanation is that what we need, the level of the transition will be huge, and not as only Turkey, but as the whole, other countries is going through the same issue. Actually, we have to achieve this. We have to work on this, and there are ways. In terms of base load need, this is I think we have to change our perception about it if we want to reach our targets. So here we see that it is actually possible to achieve it. And this is not specific to Turkey. Many other countries actually have done it, so Turkey can also do it easily with its existing resources, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. My question is about Natura 2000 sites. Natura 2000 sites, nature protection sites. You know, Turkey is an EU accession country, and though there is an open-ending process, we might end up member one day, and then we might need to, we will announce our Natura 2000 protection sites, and it will not possible to construct these power plants on these sites. And we are talking about a big portion of Turkey geographically. And did you consider this possibility in your analysis? Thank you very much.
No, we have not. Actually, this is a grid-based, system-based study. So this possible change in the regulation has not been actually considered in this study. As far as I know, today it is possible, right, to build in natural protection zones. I don't know the percentage of the natural protection zones in Turkey. I know it is large, but if such regulation comes, we have to find actually other ways. The technology is also developing. So with you know, larger turbines, for example, for winds, it's possible to use smaller quantities of area but still produce huge amounts. So there will be a solution for this. For instance, when you consider European countries like Germany, compared to Turkey, their land is much more restricted. I mean, in Turkey we have vast lands. So I think even if this is restricted, we will still have some room to build those power plants, even if it will be, maybe it will require more, you know, technological advancements. But this is a good question, which I will consider in the future studies. Thank you.
And maybe even we will have to consider more offshore wind. It's because in these scenarios, offshore wind was very little. So, all right. So it's possible to consider. Last question to Ayşe. You already said in your presentation that the most cost-effective flexibility option is demand side, right? The participation. So, can you elaborate a little bit more about it? Because we always, for example, in our net zero study at IPC, our flexibility options were batteries and pump hydro and transmission interconnection with other countries. But we didn't really consider demand side participation because it was very difficult to, at least for our modeling, it was very difficult to model demand side participation. So what can you say for?
Thank you very much, Ümit. It's actually a real nice question, and it's a thematic area that I really enjoy working on, like I have to confess. So when we talk about demand side participation, we are also actually talking about two kinds of demand side participation. One is implicit demand side participation, and the second one is the demand side participation that we get by installing distributed generation like solar panels, rooftop solar panels. What we talk about in implicit demand side participation is the participation of the consumers as active actors in the electricity system through time of use tariffs, through installation of smart meters, let's say. So we are talking more about like a small infrastructural change, like small addition of smart meters to the consumers, different kinds of consumers. It can be industries, households, commercial plants. And the second important part in that is supporting behavioral change. So informing consumers about time of use, like informing consumers about taking actions to shift the peak load. So there are many models around this actually like through the world, but the main idea is to bring the consumption and load to the real-term pricing. So that's one side. The other side is about like actively installing rooftop solar panels. And yeah, what we have with net metering mechanism actually is a step towards like demand side participation. The second type of demand side participation that we are talking about, like the consumers becoming prosumers, also producing electricity and feeding it to the grid, and when necessary, taking it to the grid. So we are talking about kind of changing the definition of the consumers as now to prosumers, that currently non-active actors become active actors during the end of the process.
Yes, thank you. And it means
you.
that a lot of policy change, I think.
Yes.
So, it needs a lot
Definitely.
of new policies at least. So thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of our meeting. And thank you, Alkum and Ayşe, and thank you for your participation. Buradan konuşacağım zaman olmasın. Olmasın. Hayır. Benimkini mi açayım yoksa siz? Yok. Hiç şey yapmama gerek yok. Yani benim burada bilgisayarım olmasına gerek yok. Tabii. Ne zaman rahatsız edersiniz başlayabilirsiniz. Artar mı? Tamam. Yani. Çok değişiyor değil mi? Tamam. Şöyle bakayım ben. Bir dakika içinde başlayabiliriz. Bunu nasıl kapatıyorum? Bunu buradan konuşuyorum şu anda. Ya bunu da alabilirim ama ben. Tamam mı? Basılı tutunca açılıyor. O zaman sen bana yardım mı edersin? Nasıl yaparsın? Sen buradasın. Tamam. Ben yardım isterim. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am starting, if it is possible. Yes. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am starting my presentation. Okay. My name is Serdar Yegül. I am UNCCD focal point of Turkey. In the first part, my presentation is two parts. First part is reflection from UNCCD COP15 to UNFCCC COP27. And the other part is the field studies in Turkey on LDN, land degradation neutrality. And as you know, COP15 convened in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, from 9 to 20 May 2022. Nearly 7,000 participants attended to the COP15. And my introduction is the three Rio Convention on environmental issues. Ses geliyor. Three Rio Convention on environmental issues completed each other. Therefore, there is a need for full synergy between three sisters. And outcome of convention is closely related to the others. On the other hand, in order to achieve the objectives of the conventions, the work done or to be done by parties in the field is of vital importance. And this is part one. In the opening of COP15 meetings, UNCCD Executive Secretary Ibrahim Thiaw started his speech using metaphor of elephant. He mentioned that the elephants scream when they are reunited with their family. He said that it was a great pleasure for the parties to come together again after the COVID-19 pandemic. He also mentioned about empathy and cooperation ability of elephants. He expressed his belief that the parties will make empathy and cooperation for the land degradation neutrality. Following 2 weeks in UNCCD COP15, 38 decisions were adopted. I would like to summarize these decisions. 38 decisions were adopted to improve drought resilience, reduce land degradation, and invest in the land restoration efforts. Another decision, accelerate the restoration of 1 billion hectares of the degraded land by 2030, and improve data collection, monitoring, and reporting. And the other one is boost drought resilience by improving a new partnership made. Another one is improve national policies and early warning, monitoring, and assessment. I passed the other decision, improve efforts around capacity building, sharing our knowledge and lessons, and coordination toward these efforts at the regional level. Another one, establish an intergovernmental working group on drought for 2022 and 2024. This is a so important decision for UNCCD COP15. Another one, improve women's involvement in land management through ensuring secure land tenure and collecting gender disaggregated data on the impact of desertification, land degradation, and drought. Another one, and develop policies to reduce the impact occurrence of sand and dust storm through early warning, risk risk assessment and reducing man-made causes. I am passing to the other unit of UNCCD. As you know, one of the UNCCD's two subsidies body is the Committee for Review of the Implementation of Convention. And CRIC. CRIC developed 8 decisions. One of them is improving the procedures for communication of information as well as the quality and formats of reports. And second one, integration of Sustainable Development Goals 15 and especially target 15.3 into the implementation of the convention. And other one, development and promotion of activities for targeted capacity building to further the implementation of convention. Other subsidiary bodies of UNCCD is the Committee on Science and Technology. Science and Technology Committee developed 6 decisions, including scientific reports on the potential contribution of integrated land use planning and integrated landscape management. Second one is approaches for assessment and monitoring of resilience of vulnerable population and ecosystem to drought. In Abidjan, new commitments adopted during the COP. First one is Abidjan Call, and second one is Abidjan Declaration on Achieving Gender Equality for Successful Land Restoration. And third one is Land, Life and Legacy Declaration. I would like to try to explain Abidjan Call. Abidjan Call, heads of state and government noted the threat posed by drought and LDN. They are aware of the need to take appropriate measures to maintain healthy and productive land. They reaffirming their continued commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, especially CDC 15.3 on achieving LDN by 2030. I would like to items of the Abidjan Call. Abidjan Call, first item is assign a key role to land and nature-based solutions in promoting approaches that are highly efficient, cost-effective, and nature-friendly. And second one is address the issue of gender equality and the fully participation of women and youth in the development and implementation of the drought and land restoration policy. And third one is reassess and reinforce the sustainable and resilience of natural sources. And fourth one is align interventions, combine efforts and initiatives, and engage more forcefully in responding to the impact of drought. I pass the Abidjan Declaration on achieving gender equality for successful land restoration.
This declaration is very important in COP15. At the group meeting, the speakers addressed the following topics. Women and girls bear the brunt of the negative impact from climate change and land degradation. Women and girls are often not seen as farmers or value change actors and are excluded from their land right. Women make up half of the workforce in sub-Saharan Africa's agricultural value chain. However, only 18% of the title deeds belong to women. DLDD and climate change push women into the cycle of the poverty. You see the items and paragraphs of the Abidjan Declaration on Achieving Gender Equality. And then other declaration is Land, Life and Legacy Declaration, Abidjan's third declaration. In the line with Abidjan initiative, the Land, Life and Legacy Declaration announced. It is referring the Abidjan Legacy Program as an integrated response to restore degraded land, increase agricultural production in Côte d'Ivoire. And the declaration has four axes. One of them is fighting deforestation, restoring degradation forest, and promoting agroforestry. Second one is ensuring food security through sustainable intensification of food production. Third one is making existing value chain more sustainable without desertification. Fourth one, identifying new value chains that are climate resilient. High-level participants pledged support for the program. I would like to mention about other declaration in other initiatives in Abidjan. Other initiative launched during the COP15. One of them is Business for Land initiative to showcase commitments made by participating companies towards land degradation neutrality. Other one is Sahel Sourcing Challenge to enable communities growing the Great Green Walls to use technology to monitor progress on great job. Yes, I pass to the high-level segment and their speeches. In this segment, UNCCD Executive Secretary Ibrahim Tiaw pointed out that the health of the economy depends on healthy soil. Healthy economy depends on the healthy soil. Another one is UN Deputy Secretary General Emina Mohammed point to the escalating climate crisis, rising food prices, and harmful impact of the fossil fuel use. She also highlighted the need to transform food system and important role of the women and girls in sustainable land management. Another one is chairman of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly, highlighted the vital role of the land restoration in tackling climate change. Ivory Coast president said every US dollar invested in the land restoration could bring in US 7 or 30 in turn. I would like to mention about official declaration in COP15 by heads of state, heads of government, and heads of delegations. They lamented unfulfilled pledges and promises to address land degradation and climate change. They spoke of nomadic population who affects increasing recurrent droughts. They called for systemic approach involving all stakeholders to develop integrated green technology. They appealed for United States dollar 19 billion in financial and technical pledges to enable the Great Green Wall's members to fulfill their commitments. They shared programs to create 2 million green jobs, strengthen land access and tenure rights, enhance early warning system as part of the sustainable stability and security, 3S. And I am passing to the some decision, some speeches in the interactive dialogue 1. And item is of the interactive dialogue 1, land regeneration, the role of youth in shaping the sustainable land agenda. Following intervention were made. 1, the pioneering role of youth concerning sustainable behavior and conception. And second one is solution owned, the implemented by youth share at the youth forum. And third one is more attention to land-based the green jobs as career options. And I am passing to interactive dialogue 2. And this point, as far as I see, this point is very important. On the food security's biggest global challenge, the triple crises of climate, biodiversity, and land degradation. And 2, overconsumption and food waste. And 4, one is high meat consumption, diverting and land use towards growing food stock for livestock. These are other items. And there are 3 round table in COP15. And this is one round table. Its title is Right, Reward, and Responsibilities, and Future of the Land Stewardship. Participants delivered keynote remarks below. Implement the UNCCD decision on land tenure. And second one is use the global decision to support local land stewardship. Inspire responsible governance. Fourth one is learn from countries leading with successful example. And Fifth is continue to achieve synergies about the three Rio Convention. I passed the Roundtable 2. Roundtable 2 title is Land Restoration, a Path, a Sustainable Post-Pandemic Recovery. The following thoughts are expressed. Drought does not only affect arid and semi-arid areas, semi-arid countries. There are two global challenges to land degradation. One is uninternalized externalities, and second one is institution working in the silos. On increasing coherence to improve land restoration, delegates repeatedly acknowledged that the SLM, Sustainable Land Management, lies at the heart of the responses on the triple crises of climate, biodiversity, and land degradation. They discussed efforts to link LD and climate targets. Yes, I move to the Roundtable 3. Its name is The Big Dry, From Disaster to Drought Resilience. And the first one is, droughts affect all countries. Human activity is the root cause of the biodiversity, climate, and land crisis. Cooperation with the other Rio conventions is central to the UNFCCC, namely here. And this point is very important because synergy is very vital issue between three sister conventions. I think that some of thoughts in the opening speech give important points about the present and future of the relevant conventions. For example, in the opening speech in COP15, and the Abidjan conference marked the first of the three Rio conventions scheduled for the 2022 conference kicked off the UN decade for ecosystem restoration. Now the process is started. In the final text on strengthening relations with other relevant conventions, natural-based solutions were mentioned for a first time in a Rio Convention's resolution. First time. One event that stood out was the first ever UNCCD Food Day. Yes. And the immigration debate has addressed DLDD as one of the drivers of immigration. SDS is finally sand, dust, and storm. CDS in finally understood as a global phenomenon that has an effect on our economies, health, and environment, not just in the dry lands. And outputs of the COP15. One of them is drought has not yet received the attention and resources it deserves. However, preparedness and sources continue to be challenged. Suddenly, everyone is talking about drought. Yes, everybody is talking about drought, but we are not prepared. Finally, it was taken for the decision to establish a new intergovernmental working group on drought to tackle the issue in a deeper and more far-reaching manner. And my last paragraph of the part of the first presentation in the first part, countries have sent a ununited can about the importance of the healthy and productive land for securing future properties for all. Second one is roadmap and other important steps for implementation were decided for critical issue areas, emphasizing the vital role of women, youth, and indigenous people. And third one is a new partnership model for large-scale integrated landscape investment program was established. The fourth one is Rio Convention closed ranks to explore synergies and support UNCCD's mission. And fifth one is greening initiative in all shapes and size managed to attract attention and sources, showing that land restoration is really helping on the ground and very much alive. First part of my presentation finished. And then I am passing to the second part, done work down in the field on LDN in Turkey, LDN, land degradation neutrality. As you know, Turkey hosted UNCCD COP12 in 2015. And COP15 was the first conference of the parties where LDN was integrated into UNCCD. At COP, Turkey announced the launch of the Ankara Initiative. Ankara Initiative is very important for my country and for all over the world, because in the COP15, two countries were graduated and clapped during the COP. And Turkey prepared an LDN Turkey National Report in 2016. And this is the big successful pilot project. Its name is Upper Sakarya Basin, was prepared and financed by Jeff. Project started in December 2019 and is carried out by FAO and my General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Aeration. The aim of the project is to develop a model for LDN target setting, planning, and decision making at national level and display in the Upper Sakarya Basin. Project aims to translate LDN targets into action. In this project, it was first envisaged to strengthen the favorable environment for LDN. For this purpose, awareness raising activities and capacity building activities were carried out for ministry employees and local communities at central and local level. Secondly, a decision support system, DSS, has been developed within the scope of the Upper Sakarya Basin project at the local level by utilizing national opportunities. This is planned to expand to the national and regional level. Regional level contains 17 countries. LDN-DSS's current activity used by the project partners in Turkey. LDN-US results will be used for UNCCD prices reporting in 2022. And this year, Turkey aims to update the country's voluntary LDN targets by using result of this system, DSS. And third one is, the project aims to achieve LDN on site in order to improve land cover and increase land productivity and carbon stock. As you know, achieving LDN in the field means realizing sustainable land management and sustainable forest management practices. As a result, in this pilot project, it was aimed to turn the land degradation neutrality framework into practice with the project logic. The pilot project can be considered as a successful example. And last word for part 2. This successful project was realized thanks to Ankara Initiative. Ankara Initiative is very important for Turkish government. Turkey's expectation is that initiatives such as the Ankara Initiative will be spread around the world. Turkey believes that the LDN framework can only be put into practices in this way. And my last word for this presentation. 3 sister conventions complement each other. Output of the one convention affect the other. Input and output of these 3 sister conventions influence the world, country to locally. And this is my last words. Thank you very much for all.
Başlıyor mu? Evet. Aha. Sunumu açacağım. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Dear participants, we are honored to join you for the United Nations Conference of Parties Stakeholder Engagement Session of the Turkish Pavilion at COP27. My name is Aslıhan Arıkan. I am the Secretary General of the Turkish Packaging Manufacturers Association, shortly AST. I am the moderator of this session, and I will also present my topic on sustainability roadmap of the packaging industry. The other speakers of this session will be Ms. Berna Bildik,
senior engineer of the Turkish Standards Institute, TSE. Her topic will be carbon neutrality and net zero from the perspective of standardization. And Mr. Vasif Vali, senior specialist of SOCAR Turkey. His topic will be critical tools in sustainable transition, life cycle assessment. If you allow me, let me start with my presentation first. Yes. Okay. I think everyone can hear me easily. Thank you again. My presentation today will include first a brief information about Turkish packaging industry and my institution, AST. And I will try to explain the importance of packaging and shortly give some examples from packaging industry regarding sustainable development goals, and followed by the sustainability roadmap of our industry that I will share some outcomes, results of our sustainability report preparation, and I will finish my presentation. Let us start with the Turkish packaging industry. We have more than 10 million tons of production every year, and this production number includes all type of packaging: paper, cardboard, corrugated board, plastics, metal, glass, wooden. And with more than 10 million tons of production, we gain at least $25 billion income in 2020. If you look at the packaging material production by volume share, we see plastics have the biggest volume, having 36%, followed by corrugated, and then there is also very good glass packaging manufacturing capacity in Turkey, around 18% of total packaging production. Global packaging industry is estimated to be around 1 trillion billion tons in 2018. And Europe, Asia, and Middle East, which we call Eurasia, is representing around 700 billion tons, billion US dollars. And Turkish packaging industry is the 6th in Europe, 16th in the world, and 6th in the Asia. With 25 billion tons of production value, we calculate approximately we are running 400 billion billion dollars of Turkish GDP, because Turkey is mostly manufacturing oriented country. World average per capita consumption is $120 every year, and Turkey is around $300. With the changing channels of shopping like e-commerce, online shopping, and increase of the discount markets in Turkey, the packaging consumption in Turkey increased twofold in last 20 years. And our exports values are very good. We are the main supplier, one of the main suppliers in Europe. And we sell mostly UK, Germany, France, Israel, USA, Holland, the Netherlands, which are the most selective countries in the world. And also we are selling our neighbors. My institution, AST, is an umbrella organization. We represent more than 230 companies manufacturing all type of packaging. And but those companies are also representing the total volume of the 70% of the total volume in Turkey. We are doing a lot of activities like publications, exhibitions, trainings, seminars, and legislation working groups. Okay, now let us continue with packaging.
We define packaging, that packaging surrounds, sells, and saves the product, 3S formula. But today, we added one more S to this definition. We are saying packaging should sustainably surround, save, and sell the product. We believe packaging saves resources in food and agriculture industries, and packaging meets consumers' needs like protection, security, handling, and gives information. And today's topic, packaging, also the main issue to write the products to the market, so products can meet with the consumers with packaging. And finally, recovery of packaging also brings some money. But packaging should be obliged to achieve this mission sustainably, to protect the environmental and natural resources. Therefore, we should perform the life cycle analysis all the time, and we don't forget hygiene. And there should be trade-offs between food waste and packaging. We don't want more packaging, but also we don't want food waste. So there should be always a trade-off. As little as possible for packaging, but as much as necessary for less food waste. This is very common diagram. As I say, under packaging is not good, it's dangerous, but we are wasting food if we don't use packaging. So we should find the optimum packaging design. And in our case, recycling should be considered as the last line for the defense. If we do recycling, we are saving energy and raw materials, and also there will be less carbon dioxide emissions. For example, this chart is representing some of the packaging materials, recycling and carbon dioxide relations. I will give only one example. If we recycle 1 ton of steel, we are saving 1.5 tons of carbon dioxide, according to UNEP. Yes, we know the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 main goals, but top business impacts by industry can be different. For example, for manufacturing industry, the goals 8, 12, 9, 13, and 17 are very important. But in other industries, some other goals can be important. I will give 3 examples from our industry. Şişecam, the glass packaging manufacturers, sets its goals for 2030 and 2040. For example, we know manufacturing glass is consuming a lot of electricity. They have a goal for 2030 that they will switch to renewable energy for their electricity needs. And they will also add more recycled glass cullets to their operations to save material and energy and, of course, carbon dioxide. The other packaging manufacturer, teen packaging manufacturer, Crown, sets its targets for 2030, which is called 20 by 30 project. They also aim more renewable energy use, and lighter packaging, and also fewer materials for packaging manufacturing. Those reports are published in their websites. One last example from plastics. You know, Coca-Cola has a very important aim actually. They claim that by 2030, they will collect every bottle from the system or the equivalent. They will promise for that. They will also make their production lines with 25% reuse streams. So it is again very important target for the PET bottles. Yes, we have started with 1990s with the corporate social responsibility term, as you know, followed by Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreements. But in 2018, there was a new approach from EU, which we called EU Circular Economy Package, followed by European Green Deal. And now we are going to the era of sustainability. As I mentioned at the beginning, we have performed sustainability report to our industry. It's again a framework report. But it includes all type of packaging manufacturers, businesses. And we have not finished yet. We are waiting for the approval from international sources, and we will publish by January. According to this report work, we have decided our sustainability roadmap. But first, I want to talk about some facts. Like, as you know, we are using a lot of raw materials in the world, and this using raw material is increasing year by year. So, we need to find a solution for the raw material consumption. Therefore, it seems that circular economy is inevitable because we need to recycle our materials and consume less raw material for our environments. Why? Because almost 60% of the all products, used products, are going to waste, unfortunately. They are not recycled. Not only packaging, all type of products. And Europe set some packaging targets in their circular economy action plan. According to that plan, all packaging in EU should be economically reusable or recyclable. Over packaging and packaging waste should be reduced. Packaging designs should be developed to support reuse and recycling. EU's Circular Economy Action Plan has also some plastics targets. They want recycled content used in plastic packaging should be increased, and plastic waste formation should be prevented. And you know, there is an issue on microplastics, and microplastics should be prevented. Biodegradable and compostable plastics directives will be prepared soon. And of course, we all know that single-use plastics consumption should be stopped. There are other regulations, and the most popular one is the European Green Deal, including everything Fit for 55 package, and in some cases plastics tax suggestions, carbon border adjustment mechanism, and emission trade system. You're all familiar all this. So what we should do, how we prepare, we have to follow the targets of European Green Deal, because it is the most detailed agreement in the world at this moment. And we have to convert the production lines according to the raw material efficiency and circular economy. And we need to measure our carbon footprint occasionally. And also, we have to prepare our sustainability report every year, and we have to prepare our sustainability map. And this is the some KPIs, key performance indexes of the packaging manufacturing industry. I won't list all of them, but used packaging type, prevention packaging material, and waste ratio, waste recycling ratio, use of recycled raw materials, use of renewable raw materials, reuse, water consumption, and of course renewable energy use are the main KPIs of the packaging industry. And there are some strengths, like in Turkey, we have a waste management system called Zero Waste Management. And in all manufacturing facilities everyone is following the zero waste management rules. And there is a huge increase in technology on recycling operations, and companies are trying to get the transition to the circular economy. And all companies are doing some energy efficiency works, and they are monitoring energy and water consumption. So those are the strengths of our industry. On the other hand, there should be some improvements, like biodiversity studies. We need more biodiversity, and we need to research on research on prevention more, and of course we need to transform the traditional energy needs to the renewable energy usage. Also, as I stated at the beginning, for the Green Deal, at least, we have to measure our carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emissions, and we have to reduce our greenhouse gas rates. In the new plastics economy, raw material efficiency and circular economy are important, important items. And we have to renew the design, and we have to use less material. The most importantly, recycling operations are in trouble when you recycle composite materials. You can't do that. So to produce material flow from monomaterials is very important. Biodegradables are good alternatives, but there is no enough material for manufacturing industry, so we will use petrochemical based materials. Therefore, we can conclude that environmentally friendly materials is meaning increased recycled content. We will rethink, redesign, reuse, reduce, reuse, and finally recycle our materials. Consumers demand an increase in life expectancy. As you see, we are buying medicine, pills in plastics bottles. So we can conclude that there is no way back from packaging or plastics, but let us redesign and use it properly. Thank you very much for listening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. We will take questions at the end. Now, if you allow me, we will continue with the next speaker. Miss Berna Bildik, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. My speech is not a presentation-based speech. Today I'm going to be talking about the real ambition on the way to the carbon neutrality and net zero claims. Therefore, before I begin, I would like to mention about the key findings of the reports regarding net zero, published by Net Zero Tracker, covering 700 net zero pledges out of Forbes 2000 companies, because I believe it is important to enable us to understand exactly what are the differences and confusion about the net zero. Now, to begin with, in this report, it is evaluated that in terms of the cities, roughly about half of the cities neither have interim targets nor to have planning documents to achieve their net zero. Most of the cities communicating their interim targets with their NDCs. And if we come to the companies, according to this report, about 50% of these companies are embedded their net zero strategy in their strategic documents, and also the other remaining 50% have only declared to be net zero. By the way, some of the companies make self-reported claims, and this is very crucial, mostly relying on contentious offsetting practices. This is the key point here. And in terms of the emission coverage, most companies tend to cover their Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. But when it comes to Scope 3 emissions, the discussion begins. Only 40% of these companies include all Scope 3 emissions. The other 60% of the companies neither have Scope 3 emissions or partly have their Scope 3 emissions. Also, these Scope 3 emissions are not necessarily verified by third parties. And when it comes to the reporting activities by those companies, last but not least, about 2/3 of these companies with net zero targets annually report their net zero activities. Therefore, from all the key findings from the report, what I am trying to say is that when organizations have making their net zero commitments, it is required a system. The systematic approach is required because, as you can see, there are many differences and risks in those net zero claims. Therefore, from here, the right way to establish these claims is a systematic, hierarchical based with reduction focus. This would be the organization's primary problem. In this respect, if we deep down to this, what is this hierarchical approach is that, you know, the organizations can prepare their claims for their products, for their services, or at organizational level. Therefore, it is required to align these claims to enable them to be more accurate, more transparent, and more consistent with each other, because we want them to be enabling to benchmark. And also there are a great risk of greenwashing that, as you can see, top 10, top 20, top 50 lists of the greenwashing companies published by different organizations, even very well-known companies listed there. And from here, if we look at what is the hierarchical approach, what should be done on the real journey to the net zero. Firstly, monitoring of the GHG emissions is very crucial. We recommend that at least 3-year emission monitoring is required, because it enables the organizations to be more matured in terms of their data quality, data availability, or the robust data collection, transmitting, and reporting systems to be built within the organization. After the first stage, we have now the emissions, we have the hot points among our production processes. And then we have to reduce these GHG emissions by implementing greenhouse gas reduction initiatives or removal enhancements. This is also an important point, until reaching the unabated emissions. In here, again, our first aim is to implement emission reduction projects and then removal enhancements projects. And after that, the unabated emissions remaining have to be offsetted with the usage of the high quality emission reduction or removal enhancements projects. And this is the state of being carbon neutral. This is the midterm targets for many organizations. And if we go further, we reach the net zero state.
And after these carbon neutrality state, then if we go to further reduce our greenhouse gas emissions with implementing all technically and economically feasible reduction initiatives and removal enhancements, we have the residual emissions in our hands. And the last stage of this hierarchy is the offset these residual emissions by using only carbon credits generated from the removal enhancement projects. These are the key points here. As you can see, there are a systematic approach in here. And if we deep down to this approach, all the things have to be originated from the top management. Top management has to make a commitment about the carbon neutrality, establishing and maintaining a net zero and carbon neutrality. And after that, the required sources for the net zero or carbon neutrality shall be available, and this is the top management's main responsibility. Also, the commitment about to reduce the use of carbon offsets and continual improvement have to be in this carbon neutrality claim. And also the communication of this carbon neutrality claim, another important point, because with communication we can expand our activity regarding to the carbon neutrality or net zero. All the upstream and downstream side processes or other stakeholders, because this is a carbon neutrality or net zero is not a concept which is left behind. There are required many high level of stakeholder engagement and collaboration. And after this, we have to establish our scopes and boundaries. If you are making a carbon neutrality or net zero commitment about your products, you can use an ISO standard, for example, 14067. If you are making a net zero commitment about your organization, you can use ISO 14064-1. In all cases, all the methodologies used and calculating your emissions or emission reductions must be at the basis of renowned methodologies, and the calculating methodologies also shall be consistent among all the years. And after now we have established a carbon neutrality management plan, we established our boundaries and scopes, and now we have to establish a carbon neutrality management plan. The management plan sets a pathway towards the carbon neutrality by defining your scopes, targets, organizational boundaries, your performance indicators, and use of offsets. In this regard, the responsibilities, removal enhancement activities, or emission reduction activities, and baseline period, baseline emissions can be given as an example for the parameters. And now, if we come to target setting, you can set for interim targets and long-term targets. But we have to remember that interim targets is crucial as long-term targets, because it shows us at what degree of deviation occurred from our long-term targets. Therefore, 1 to 3 years, 5 to 10 years, interim targets can be used. Long-term targets shall not be, it is recommended that the long-term targets for the net zero claims should not be later than 2050. And intensity targets and absolute targets can also be used, but if we want to use the intensity targets for our net zero claims, the amount of these interim targets shall be determined by the models according to 1.5 degree scenario. You can also use some, if available, sectoral guidance publications. For example, International Aluminum Institute published documents on to journey to the net zero for 1.5 degree scenario and 2 degree scenario. If you are a primary or secondary aluminum producers, you can use these documents for input during the process of your target determination. Also, it is recommended that using at least 95% emission reductions from the total of Scope 1 and 2 emissions on the way to the net zero. Also, it is important to report which type of approaches you are using. For example, there are 2 types of approaches in Scope 2. Market-based approach and location-based approach. If the electricity supplied from a national grid, you have to use the national grids, therefore the location-based approach. And if you are using the electricity from renewable electricity with contractual agreements, you have to use the market-based approach. This should be reported transparently. And when it comes to Scope 3 emissions, also you have to determine or define, you have to define a methodology. For example, if the Scope 3 emissions greater 40% about 40% greater than your total emissions, you can set interim targets for your Scope 3 emissions. And long-term targets already can be set. And now we have the targets. We have to monitor emission reductions. We have to make emission reductions. Removal enhancements such as the direct air capture, enhanced weathering, bioenergy with carbon capture, with sequestration projects, for example, can be implemented. Or also management of energy, waste minimization such as recycling or reuse, and fuel switching projects could also be implemented. Also, the sectoral pathway could be used during this process. And after the required emission reduction is achieved, we have to offset the unabated or residual emissions. If the unabated emissions is offsetted, then this means the state of being carbon neutral. If the residual emissions is offsetted, which is about 90% of the organization's total emissions, this means that the net zero target is achieved. And after all the emission reductions is implemented, we have to use the offset credits. But if we want to make our organizations or products to be a net zero, then we have to only use the carbon credits from removal enhancement projects. And after that, the carbon neutrality claim shall be established. And along with this carbon neutrality claim, the organization should systematically report their all emissions. This is the critical point here, systematic approach. And after that, these carbon neutrality claims should be verified by third party because verification enables the carbon neutrality claims to be free of material errors or at least at reasonable level of assurance. And to conclude, what I am trying to say of all the things I have explained here, to show our real ambition towards net zero, we have to use a systematic and scientific based approaches. Therefore, the criteria-based systematic approach, hierarchical approach, is very crucial to enable your real contribution to net zero or carbon neutrality pathway. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Ms. Berna Bildik from TSC. Now the third and final speaker is from Sokar Turkey, Mr. Vasif Vali. Floor is yours.
Burası da şey bayağı. Bence gerek yok. Kurulmuş.
Siz ekranda şimdi ben...
Bence diğerini çıkardın sonra.
Bekleyin.
Tamam. Okay. I think that you hear my voice. Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Vasif from Sokar, Turkey. Maybe today is a very tiring day, and maybe some of you are hungry, but I try to make you motivated and energetic in my presentation somehow. Today we are going to speak about the sustainable applications in oil and gas or energy sector, which is one of them is life cycle assessment. Before continuing, I want to give some information about the content. First, we speak about our company and refinery and petrochemical. Then, life cycle assessment advantages and necessities, and then we'll speak about our company approach. Okay, before beginning, I want to give short information about Sokar Turkey. Sokar is abbreviation of State Oil Company of Azerbaijan Republic, and do some works exploring in oil and gas fields, producing, processing, transportation, and trading. And Sokar Turkey has some activities in Georgia, Greece, Spain or Switzerland, and the huge investment Sokar Turkey has in Turkey. And you can see some of companies, some of group companies of Sokar Turkey in this picture. The left side you can see the Petkim wind power station, and the other one is Star Refinery. Star Refinery meets nearly 25% of local needs, local refinery products needs. Then Petkim is also meets the 18th petrochemical products needs, and the other you can see the Sokar terminal and Sokar storage and distribution. If you look this slide, you can see the Star Refinery and Petkim need to each other, and it gives some advantages to us. And we can see here some refinery and petrochemical integration. And here you can see there's some products such as light naphtha or heavy naphtha goes to Petkim, petrochemical, for production ethylene, and then some sources, some feedings like LPG, steam, and electricity goes to refinery, and we use the advantage of this integration. And before beginning the life cycle assessment is defined as a systematic analysis of the potential environmental impacts of products or services during their entire life cycle. And there are some necessities or advantages of life cycle assessment. First of all, it is improve our internal efficiency, and for increase our efficiency, we have to manage or to see the environmental impacts in metrics. Then it also support the circular economy. At the same time, we have and realized some projects in scope of Horizon, and as you know, it's one of the case is life cycle assessment. And then I want to mention some regulations by EU and local Turkish regulations also support, and there are some items about the life cycle assessment. Accordingly, some customers wanted the carbon footprint of our products, and day by day these requests are increasing. I want to touch some regulations. For example, as you know, the main regulation is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, and there are some items about the refiner, for example, to use or Commission have to set a fair methodology for calculating environmental impact during production of petrochemical products. At the same time, you see in polymers, which included the not only refiner, at the same time petrochemical products here. And in life cycle assessment, we also calculated the heating water and cooling water, and maybe this water can come from the energy can come from the grid, or we ourselves produce this energy. But all energy sources are or have to be calculated in life cycle assessment. That's why this item by EU Parliament is also important for us. But after this regulation, we can see the Climate Council of Turkish Republic also published the recommended advice or recommended proposal about it. And again, we can see some items to adapt LCA to all processes, and even in circular economy or waste management. And I think that it can increase the awareness about this sustainable application. And in short, for beginning our company approach is to calculate the life cycle assessment from in operation phase, because sometimes it's difficult to get information about the extraction of oil or transportation. And in this phase, we concentrate on refinery processes, and after refinery processes, we produce naphtha, and which is the main feed of petrochemical. And then during the selling, this ends when we sell our product to customer, and we can't get any data during the extraction of oil or transportation or distribution, even use phase or disposal phase. But Aslan, as said, we have to concentrate all phases and do all phase life cycle analysis in all phases of production, and which supports a circular economy as well. And I want to show the complexity of refinery and petrochemical project. As you see here, it's very complex flow chart. And in the right side, you can see the multiple outputs here, such as kerosene, naphtha, heavy naphtha, and other products. I think that with application of life cycle assessment, we can get operational excellence or to increase it, because with it, we can see that which product during producing has more effect on environment. That's why not only prioritize product, at the same time we can manage the value or amount of this product accordingly. how we can do it? I can say the example about it. You can see here the heat map of acronyl LCA. Acronyl, as you know, is one of the products in petrochemical. And we can see here the hotspots, for example, in red or in orange colors. And for example, if you want, if you look the first environmental impact carbon footprint, we can see that the huge impact we can observe in ACN plant. And it's during after this utility-based assessment, as I mentioned before, we can prioritize which product we have to concentrate on. So of course, in normal situation or normal production. At the same time, we can see here impact-based viewing because, for example, if you look to global warming, we can see that the main impacts are utility 100 and utility 150. And generally, if you want to produce any policy about efficiency or environmental program, we have to concentrate on these results, because in this way we can see the distribution of environmental impact on utilities. And at the same time, I believe that industry have to be in close relation with academic spheres, because it has to be feed each other and for development in any science or in any program project. And we begin life cycle project first Denmark Technical University, and from our side we get some experience for calculating environmental impact. At the same time, we give real data to master degree student in Denmark Technical University. After this, we have worked with İzmir University of İzmir Economic University and have applied LCA to two petrochemical products, which are acronyl and C4. Of course, after this, we are going to share the results with our customers. I want to speak about our future perspectives about applying life cycle assessment, because generally we concentrate on, for example, crude oil input and naphtha production, and then we use it in ethylene production and some petrochemical products. And we are in exploration because we want to use any bio-naphtha, and we work on it and looking for some suitability of technical specifications of bio-naphtha for production or processing in our utilities. And we have got ISCC certification, International Carbon and Sustainability certification, which supports sustainability supply chain or to get any product from sustainable sources. And I also want to touch the digitalization opportunity, because it's important to see all flow chart in a platform which we can get weekly or monthly results, and accordingly we need to produce prompt policies or programs and choose any if you any problem or to produce any solution actually, because if you look and for example monitor to see any live processes, and I think that with modeling we can get more efficiency and increase our productivity. Yeah, it's the picture from our utilities sunset. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vasif Ali from Sokar Turkey. We have a couple of minutes. We can take some questions. If you have any question. There is no. Okay, I will have some questions to the speakers. Okay, first question to Ms. Berna Bildik. Thank you for the clean explanation about carbon neutrality and net zero. Thank you again. What are the common risks, raised from carbon neutrality and net zero claims?
The greatest. Can you hear my voice? Oh. Okay. The greatest risk is the initially counterbalancing the all emissions with the carbon offsets. Because if this is the case, then no real transition to decarbonization. This is a great risk. Also, the coverage of the emission scopes. For example, Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions is default emissions, but Scope 3 emissions, most organizations not totally include all Scope 3 emissions along with their Scope 1 and 2 emissions in their carbon neutrality, because the full life cycle assessment or full emission coverage is important. This is one of the risks, and also the not verified by third party. This also could raise a great risk.
Okay, thank you. I have one question to Mr. Vasif Vali. You talk about the new agreements and new rules. I want to ask how your company, Sokar Turkey, all processes will be affected. For example, from the European Green Deal agreement, that we know it is the most detailed agreement today.
Okay. Generally, we concentrate on, for example, cost of crude oil or other specification. But after Green Deal regulation, we have to take into account for example, carbon footprint of extraction of oil or transportation, this type of sources or this type of fuel used for transportation. And as I mentioned in presentation, commissioning will produce or will establish fair methodology for calculation of emission. But after this, we have to take account this approach and adapt to our process or our operations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear participants. We try to provide some holistic approach from different industries in the point of stakeholders and in different sectors, of course. In this framework, our panel was based on mostly the plastics recovery and new detailed agreements, carbon neutrality, net zero, and also there should be some sustainable transition in industries and life cycle assessments approach. Thank you for listening us and have a good evening. Thank you. We will have some gifts to speakers. Can we take a picture together, Mr. Vasif Vali?
Merhaba, beni duyuyor musunuz? Ses nasıl?
Duyabiliyoruz.
Harika, çok sevindim. Ben Yusuf Taşçı, bakanlık adına buradayım. 6 gibi başlayacağız bir aksilik olmazsa. Şimdi arkadaşlar aynı zamanda sesleniyorlar. Siz de isterseniz teker teker seslerinizi deneyebilirsiniz. Nasıl arzu ederseniz bir sıkıntı olmaması açısından.
Teşekkürler. Duyuyor mu sesim? Ben duydum.
Merhabalar. Sesim
Sizi de
geliyor
duyuyorum.
herhalde.
Evet.
Merhabalar.
Merhaba.
Merhaba, benim sesim geliyor mu acaba?
Geliyor.
Evet, hepinizin
Merhaba.
sesi yerine geliyor.
Evet, Ezgi Hanım sizin de sesiniz geliyor. Özge Hanım'ı göremedik yalnız. Sesini duyduk ama.
Hemen göreceksiniz. Bir saniye.
Çantanıza. Şunu vereyim, şu bir de daha ne demek? Şunu da vereyim size. Şarj aletinizi. Siz sağ olun. Gayet güzel. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olun. Rica ederim. Fatih Bey, hepinizin sesi çok rahat geldi buraya. Konuşurken mikrofonlarımızın açık, onun dışında genel olarak kapalı olmasına özen gösterelim.
Tamamdır.
Çok iyi olur. Onun dışında saat tam buranın saatine göre 6, size göre 7'de başlayabilirsiniz.
Teşekkürler.
Ezgi sen mi başlatacaksın?
Evet Fatih Bey. Bir 2 dakikaya başlatacağım hemen.
Bazı arkadaşlarımızı hala göremiyoruz ama.
Evet, başlayabiliriz. Buyurun.
Teşekkürler. Hello everyone. I would like to welcome all the participants joining us from Sharm el Sheikh today. I am Ezgi Berfinesha, working as Senior Sustainability Specialist in Arçelik, and I am happy to moderate this meeting today that our panelists will be mostly talking about sustainable transformation need on supply chain. As we all know, today it is impossible to shape our value chains without implementing ambitious sustainability targets. And one of the most significant elements of this transformation is building resilient and sustainable supply chain operations as possible. Arçelik has significant experiences as a company which has already defined significant supply chain targets and driving values for all ESG metrics. In this direction, our panel will be starting with the opening speech of our Quality, Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Executive Director, Fatih Özkadı, and we'll continue with 4 different colleagues in various departments in Arçelik. I will be introducing all of them at the beginning of their sessions one by one. Now, Fatih Bey, the floor is yours to make the opening speech for our fruitful panel. Thank you.
Ezgi, thank you. Dear distinguished participants, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to our panel on sustainable transformation need on supply chain. This is a great opportunity for us to present our views in such a significant platform like COP27 through Turkey's pavilion. As of today, we know that more than 3,000 multinational companies have published their net zero targets and aiming to transform their whole value chain in the next 20-30 years. When it is thought supply chain are backbone of economies and society, it has become obvious that there will be ambitious targets and strategies of companies over their supply chain activities in both shorter and longer terms. Today, a viable supply chain cannot be completed without sustainability practices, as the pandemic period has shown us how it is important to ensure the continuity of supply chain processes without unexpected disruptions. For this reason, the most significant part of the sustainable transformation which our companies have started to include all environmental, social, and governance values into their business lines and part of their main strategies. In a planet which responsible supply chain is the new way of business, it is impossible to underestimate the importance of social and governance values accordingly. Today, we are talking about human rights, equality, health and safety for all, prevention of child labor, business ethics, compliance and responsibility topics, as much as minimizing the environmental impact. The international credible ESG indices are also questioning all those metrics in the same manner. The international organizations are also preparing new proposals which will directly have regulation on supply chain practices. For instance, the European Commission announced the EU Green Deal on December 2019 as the new growth strategy. The EU is preparing regulation on eco-design for sustainable products that aims to set new requirements on to make products more durable, reliable, reusable, etc., and energy also resource efficient. In the future, we will be talking about the digital product passports of the products that we purchased, or there will be proposed carbon tariff on carbon incentive products, such as steel, cement, and some electricity imported by the EU. Turkey, located at the crossroads of the global supply chains. Moreover, Turkey is highly compliant with most of the regulations and also ratified the Paris Agreement last year. The Turkey's relevant institutions and organizations, especially our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, work devotedly to contribute to global efforts to keep global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a global company operating effectively in 146 countries with our 12 brands, and as a leading home appliances company in the international sustainability indices, we also prioritize sustainability for our value chain. Hence, initially, my colleague Özlem will be talking about our sustainability approach. Then, Kaan will mentioning about current digital solutions. And then Arda will be touching upon the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism. Then Canan will be talking about the significance of the cooperation between the countries in order for all these policies. Thank you.
Fatih Bey, thank you so much for this opening speech. And as you said, supply chain is now inevitable part for the main strategy of companies. And this is a process starting from the producers to the end users. International regulations are incentivizing international markets to make supply chain operations more viable and sustainable as possible. Right now, Özlem Ünlüer, who is the head of sustainability at Arçelik, will talk about the Arçelik strategy and roadmap on building a sustainable, resilient, and responsible supply chain, and we will be able to understand how Arçelik is doing from this perspective. So, Özlem Hanım, we will be happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ezgi. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure being here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So let me just briefly mention what we have been doing as Arçelik in order to really touch base upon that supply chain transformation that Fatih Bey has just been mentioning and also Ezgi has just been mentioning. So in a nutshell, Arçelik has some ambitious targets towards becoming a net zero company as of 2050, and we have made it official by signing and committing up to the science-based targets net zero standards that we are going to have a target that will be in line with the net zero standard that has been launched last year. So that is a very pretty tough standard that really pushes companies towards really reducing their emissions 90% towards a specific target year as of 2050. So that also includes all Scope 3 emissions. And when you look at Arçelik's Scope 3 emissions, supply chain emissions almost make up more than 10% of overall Scope 3 emissions. So that's a huge figure, and realizing that transformation means a lot in terms of the business. So that's the reason why we touched base upon all the things I'm going to discuss with you today. And the reason, one of the reasons is why this is becoming very significant and why we're seeing regulations and legislation and number of sustainability indices asking for what we're doing with our suppliers is because these net zero targets, they are really very challenging, and they are pushing companies to think of their footprint when it comes to their backyard. So until maybe 2-3 years ago, the Scope 3 emissions really didn't mean much because there weren't really a lot of standards pushing companies towards disclosing them. But right now, we have seen that the ISSB, the CDP, is now saying that they will be using ISSB's disclosure standards, which is very significant, and we're very happy with those kinds of improvements going forward. So what we are doing right now in terms of our raw material suppliers, we have started with the raw material suppliers, but we are really targeting to also include our logistics suppliers in this network as well. We have more than 2,000 raw material suppliers in Arçelik. That's a huge number of suppliers. But when you refine that number in terms of the purchasing volume, almost 90% of the purchasing volume comes from 400 suppliers. So we have focused on the 400 suppliers that makes up majority of our purchases going forward, and we have said, okay, we have to look at this two ways. First, we are going to make sure that the ethics audits are being applied to these suppliers, because in terms of the social and governance issues, we really value this. We are maybe the first home appliance industry in Turkey or even globally to have a separate human rights department. And we value the human rights aspect of the value chain, really. So one of the things we're doing is maybe more than half of these 400 suppliers, they have been subjected to ethics audits by a third party. So aside from that, what we said is we also want to improve our suppliers in terms of the environmental performance. So we said we are going to set ambitious and public targets so that other firms can also see, or other investors can also see, how ambitious we are in terms of improving the value chain together with ourselves. So we said that we are going to collect environmental data from these 400 suppliers as of 2025. So when I say environmental data, I'm referring to emissions, water, energy efficiency, renewable energy, waste. So these kinds of data, first we are going to collect them, and then we're going to really define some improvement areas. And we also said that we will not be working with suppliers who do not have their ISO 14001 standard. And we will not be working with suppliers who don't also have these energy ISO standards as well. So we are transparently reporting in terms of where we are with our progress when it comes to these targets. And up to date, we have received environmental data from more than 150 suppliers of Arçelik. So what we're going to do with these data, we sent a letter that's been signed by our top management, including Fatih Bey, our CEO, CFO, and purchasing director, saying that these are Arçelik's targets. We have very, very, very ambitious targets going forward, and we need your support in realizing them. And we told them that in areas of water, waste, energy efficiency, and GHG emissions, we will also require that they set their own targets and that they make these targets publicly available, because this is the only way companies are being credible and companies are having this responsibility to transparently report where they are in terms of their target. So this letter was a signed letter, and in return we asked them to sign this commitment letter as well, so that we would know which of our suppliers are with us. And up to date, we have received more than a response from more than 180 of our suppliers, and we started this target setting process with them. And as of the end of next year, we will make sure that all these suppliers that have signed our commitment letter do have these environmental performance improvement targets in these 4 specific areas that I've just mentioned. And we will be checking their progress going forward, and we will be really focusing on which areas they need to improve themselves. So this is all from my end, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Özlem Hanım, thank you so much for these valuable insights about Arçelik. It seems like 2025 and 2030 will be milestone years for Arçelik supply chain operations, and significant progresses are already made for the data collection process, as you mentioned. And right now, Kaan Kurtkaya, who is our head of International Regulations Affairs and Compliance Processes, will be mentioning about the digital solutions for the supply chain transformation. And we will be learning more how digital tools can be used for more reliable and capable supply chain operations. Floor is yours, Kaan Bey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezgi. First of all, it is very exciting to be here today. As Özlem have stated, sustainable supply chain transformation is the future, and you also spelled out that global supply chain processes are craving about digital solutions for their digital transformation. We will be focusing more on how today's and future digital tools can be used for more reliable and capable supply chain operations. I will briefly talk about the current supply chain environment. We will then touch why we need digitalization for a sustainable supply chain transformation. The key advantages of such digitalization will become more clear when we explore some solutions, and legislation will play an important role to drive and support such transformation. And finally, we will be talking about how reliable and safe information flow can be assured. The supply chain is a very comprehensive system that includes hundreds of different interconnected operations. For these operations to continue efficiently and in harmony, the availability of information flow is a key advantage. During this flow, the information collected must be reliable. The degradation of information is one of the problems that causes disruption of operations in the supply chain and reduces the efficiency of the data flow. Providing the right actors with the easiest and instantly accessible information is one of the most basic requirements of this chain. Finally, it is also of great importance that the supply chain, which needs to communicate and execute so many operations at the same time, is a flexible character, and it should provide accurate reactions. We are talking about a very dynamic and instantly evolving structure. At this point, we see that a digital supply chain be the answer to the problems encountered. Traditional supply chains have a structure that is based on planning in advance and reacting only when unforeseen problems arise. On the other hand, a digital supply chain would have a non-stop structure that can predict problems ahead of time and take measures against them using its digital essence to analyze situations and process information to integrate an on-the-go decision-making strategy. So why we need such a digitalization? These digital tools not only make the information flow reliable, and accessible by providing transparency, they also bring many other capabilities to the supply chain. With the use of technologies such as machine learning to analyze information, a better decision-making mechanism can be achieved to oversee the entire supply chain. These systems, which can analyze a much wider scope than the human mind, can make decisions about which operations need more resources, which operations are inefficient, or what improvements are needed, and where. Using dedicated software, automation would be enabled for the preparation and management of sales and operation planning processes. At the same time, it is possible with cloud technologies to access and extract the information needed in the planning process directly from the databases of the corresponding stakeholders. With such improvements, a great deal of time and other valuable resources can be saved. Additional links that provide communication between operations can be eliminated from the supply chain with systems such as track and trace. These can ensure end-to-end customer engagement, which in turn can help the supply chain become much faster and more dynamic. The digitalization of the supply chain has the power to accelerate technological developments and create new business lines, as it also has a triggering effect on innovation. Because these capabilities of digital supply chains offer a much more efficient and optimized data flow, they can help eliminating extra processes and resources while reducing waste at the end of the process. In this sense, it allows a much more sustainable supply chain structure to be formed. Although many tools that can be used in the digitalization supply chains have emerged in recent years, we see that they are for operation-based improvements and do not focus on technologies that will cover the entire supply chain, and they do not take interactions into account. However, the required legal regulations are not there yet. At this point, the digital product passport, which will become a requirement for free movement in the European Union in the future, can be a very good answer to these shortcomings. Digital product passport can be defined as a set of digital tools that will cover all supply chain operations, aiming to collect information from each stakeholder and to provide instant and customized access to this information according to the complexity level of the stakeholder. In this sense, it will be an example that beautifully showcases the actions needed to establish a digital supply chain system. We can more or less list the technologies or features, if you may say, needed for the development of digital product passport under 7 main points. We expect standards to be prepared at European level in the future for each title. However, we will need a global supply chain where we can reduce carbon emissions altogether. In order to develop this, it will not be enough to have standards at the European level. We will need rules at the global level because the supply chain is also a global system. Now the world is small, companies on the other side of the world can trade with each other. There must be a B2B supply chain that can talk to each other. At this point, we see that even language can be a barrier. Interoperability becomes a necessity to overcome these barriers. Global standards should pave the way to allow digital products to develop, meet the needs of the supply chain in a way that provides interoperability. During this digital transformation, the digital data that needs to be stored will also grow exponentially. State-of-the-art data storage techniques will be invaluable. Another point to be emphasized is that the digital footprint of this data should be calculated and the necessary impact assessment is made and the transformation is designed accordingly to ensure sustainability. It is of utmost importance that data to be stored and processed should be authenticated, it should be reliable, and its integrity checked so that any subsequent verification would be possible. Finally, the security and privacy of the data should be ensured to protect confidentiality of the businesses and any stakeholder providing sensitive information into the system. I would like to conclude my words to re-emphasize that sustainable change in global supply chain is imminent, and we have in our hands the means to develop digital solutions to streamline this change. I would like to thank you for joining us here in this evening, and I would now pass the floor to Ezgi again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaan Bey. As you said, technology tools are critical components to increase transparency, operational power, and providing better decision-making processes. However, the most highlighting part is the feature of products which require digital product passports. With this way, it seems like this won't be possible to disregard the supply chain processes of the products that we purchased for. As most of us know, international regulations are declared one by one, especially after the pandemic period, to accelerate sustainable transformation of wide range of stakeholders. One of the most significant upcoming regulations is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism by the EU, which aims to draw a new carbon tariff mechanism, especially for the carbon-intensive sectors. Arda Önkök, who is the senior lead for trade policies in Arçelik, will be talking about the aim, roadmap, scope, and complex nature of this mechanism right now. Arda Bey, we would like to hear more from you about the topic.
Thank you, Ezgi, and thank you all. It's our great pleasure to be here and presenting our views. Well, actually, Kaan has ended his presentation at a very crucial point, and I would like to talk about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and most importantly, the complex nature of the current proposal. As we all know, the aim of the CBAM is to prevent carbon leakage. And also it is believed that by the move of the European market, which is one of the most important global markets, and also the main point in the supply chain, this move will have a spillover effect for the third countries to also incentivize their own policy frameworks. The road to CBAM began with the Green Deal, the announcement of the Green Deal in 2019, and continued with the enactment of European climate law in 2021, and the presentation of the Fit for 55 package, which also includes the CBAM regulation. Currently, we are at the stage of trilogue process, where all three main political organizations of the EU are trying to finalize and shape the final version of the CBAM regulation. We all know that it has 5 sectors which have high carbon leakage problems, and they are covering more than 45% CO2 emissions of the current ETS sectors. But there is a possibility of extension, which some other sectors can be included into the mechanism. Currently, CBAM will cover Scope 1 emissions, but there is a comprehensive amount of discussions going on to include also Scope 2 and even Scope 3 emissions to cover all emissions throughout the value chain. Well, actually, I would like to draw your attention regarding CBAM from a different perspective. Currently, the calculating methodology of CBAM is rather complex, as you know, because there is no clear way to measure embedded emissions throughout the production process. In downstream products, the complexity will get even higher, as there are so many components coming from many other suppliers that are infused into the production process. In general terms, washing machine, for example, composes of mainly steel of different qualities and grades and plastics. So calculating the emissions resulting from the production of a washing machine is quite a difficult task to do according to the current methodology. As we know, the initial impact assessment of CBAM, the mechanism was designed for raw materials and electricity only, while the inclusion of finished products was disregarded due to several complexities. Perhaps there might be a need of a new tailor-made regulation for finished products downstream industries, answering how to measure embedded emissions and their relative levels of carbon intensity, and at which point, this is very important, at which point in the value chain should CBAM apply. I would also like to explain the complexity of calculating emissions of steel products, because steel is one of the most significant inputs for almost all manufacturing industries. We know that basically there are two ways of producing a steel product, either from the iron ore or scrap. Almost 74% of global crude steel production is produced in blast furnaces from iron ore, and the remaining is produced in electric arc furnaces from scrap. These rates in Turkey, by the way, are quite the opposite, with 34% to 66%. When we look at to the energy mix in the integrated steel plant, is 80% coal, 10% natural gas, 10% electricity and fuel oil, and the energy mix in electric arc furnaces where scrap is melted consists of 65% of electricity, 30% natural gas, and 5% fuel oil. Well, this is also, I should say, these numbers are general numbers. It can change from plant to plant, but in general, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, it is quite possible. It is not quite possible to make a clear and complete comparison between these two types of production methodology. So let's have a look at the production of a galvanized steel, for example, which is a highly used major material input in most of the manufacturing industries. Well, the process actually starts with mining the iron ore and coal. These are two important metallurgical raw materials needed for steel making. And then the process continues with sinter plant here, where iron ore is turned into sinter, which is the optimal product for the blast furnace. And coking coke ovens, where coal is turned into the coke. Coke has very important role, actually two important roles in steelmaking process. First, it provides the needed heat, and also it kind of creates an effect of taking out oxygen from the ore in the blast furnace. So the blast furnace, hot air is injected into continuous feed of coke, sinter, and lime. Here at this process, we are having a liquid iron, and then the process continues with the basic oxygen furnace, where oxygen is blown into the molten iron, reducing its carbon content. And then as a result of this process, we have a liquid steel, and then steel is carried by ladle to the continuous casting plant. And liquid steel is casted into molds at the continuous casting plants. And as a result of this process, we have three main semi-finished products: blooms, billets, and slabs. For galvanized steel, we need slabs. So we continue the process by reheating it, and then hot rolling mill, we roll it to have a desired dimensions. And then we need a hot rolled coil. We coil it, and then we kind of open the coil, and then we, in order to have a galvanized steel, we have to coat both surfaces, front and back, with a zinc layer. As the result of this process, we will have a zinc iron alloy layer and galvanized flat steel. So each and every one of this process, for electric arc surfaces, the process starts by scrap here. Pretty much the same process goes on, but there are several plants, either integrated steel plants or electric arc furnace plants, that use slabs in their processes. So they start from here in order to speed up the process and reduce the costs. So each and every one of these processes that I mentioned has their own emissions and their own byproducts also. So a byproduct produced in blast furnace, for example, gas, is reused in heating this oven in further processes. So and there is a mixture of production in steel plants. So from beginning to the end of the production, it is very hard to calculate emissions in this methodology. because of the mixture of production. And once byproduct is another process's input. So it's very hard to differentiate. So as I try to explain, steel production has many phases and many inputs from various geographies like iron ore from Australia or Brazil, coking coal from China, and scrap from EU. So it's a very complex process. So it is even more harder for, it will be even more harder for the finished products. So we have to work to find a proper methodology to calculate our emissions. So, and I think this needs a quite amount of cooperation globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arda. Thank you so much for this valuable information, which most of the sectors, especially carbon-intensive ones, need to be aware of, not to be part of financially burdening upcoming tariffs in the future. While there are only a few steps before the adaptation process, it is significant to understand details to have quick and bold action for the companies. During the pandemic period, we have seen that collaboration is inevitable to make resilient and comprehensive actions in global arena. For the next steps, countries have to continue collaborate with each other to also make bold actions around sustainability metrics. Right now, Canan Ergün Tavukçu, who is the Director of Sectoral Relations in Arçelik, will be talking about why this collaboration is significant, especially for the companies with global targets. We would like to hear more from you, Canan Hanım.
Thank you, Ezgi. First of all, I would like to thank our ministry for this great opportunity. It's an honor and great pleasure to be here. I hope the ongoing dialogues in COP27 will foster the cooperation areas between the countries, the states, and the private sector on the way to decarbonization. Since last year, we know that several pledges and long-term emission strategies have been made by several countries, but a common and comprehensive approach is not yet in place. Today, we have common energy and climate challenges that require a high level of multilateral responses and collective actions. Real reinforced cooperation in the energy and climate action is highly necessary. Green Deal has become essential to the design of EU's multilateral and bilateral trade policies, as we know. As my colleague mentioned, Arda mentioned, EU has been the pioneer by designing a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And as the European market is at the heart of the international trade, CBAM will push countries to implement similar actions. The business community also in Turkey also following CBAM-related developments very closely and with great attention. Besides some possible impacts, some financial impacts of mechanism on exporting companies, a broader discussion goes around the possible systemic implications of the mechanism. According to the current proposal, currently there is a new complexity to the system, which is the pricing base is not the manufacturing plant, but rather the imported product, which is different from EU ETS. There are also several areas like calculation of the embedded emissions and the methodology and the scope that adds further complexity to the system. CBAM currently covers some select raw products, as we know, but will definitely have an impact throughout the whole value chain. That's why a detailed analysis for the downstream industry will be highly beneficial. And as we know, the trade policies definitely affect climate policies also. And climate policies have the potential to change the flow of the trade by affecting product and production structures. For those countries who are considering the adoption of carbon pricing mechanisms, the introduction of CBAM might accelerate the process in order for them to avoid the impact of CBAM. For instance, Turkey is one of the countries currently considering the adoption of a national carbon pricing mechanism. But on the other hand, there are questions and concerns regarding the compatibility of these systems and possible additional financial burden of the carbon price and possible trade disruptive effects of the administrative procedures that will come. Companies really need a constructive approach and a clear roadmap for the implementation and the transition in that regard. As I mentioned, there are some gray and controversial areas that need to be clarified in terms of the mechanism. It is, as you know, getting more vocal in the global arena that the revenue generated from CBAM could be used to finance the adjustment efforts in the CBAM-exposed developing countries. Also, building up of institutional and administrative capacities in the impacted countries will be highly critical. For instance, the quality of infrastructure for measuring emissions and the collection of data for carbon accounting will definitely affect the fair application of the system. And regarding the extent that how the exporters will be affected will also depend on the details how member states, the competent authorities will handle the administrative issues. There are various methodological challenges that may arise under the processing of CBAM certificates and reporting details of the embedded emissions. And possible fragmentation in the national carbon pricing policies can make it hard for businesses to navigate in different regulations, and this creates have the impact that create burden on cross-border trades. This can create the risk of unpredictability and also instability and possible unfair treatment for businesses seeking for decarbonize their rail chain can face in that moment. So carrying out an in-depth dialogue during the implementation and transitional phase will help avoiding these kind of trade frictions. Calculation of embedded emissions, the scope, the verification of the carbon emissions, defining default values will be critical in the coming phase. And also the adjustment of the carbon price, which is paid in the origin country, and application of the same kind of methodology scope will be highly important for a fair implementation. In short, actually, transparency, predictability, and traceability are key for business in the next phase. The systems shall be really interoperable in order to avoid fragmentation. In addition to that, also recently the European Commission formed an informal expert group to advise the methods for the monitoring and reporting and verification of the embedded emissions of products in the sectors which will be in the scope of the CBAM. And this group will also advise for the early preparation of the implementation acts. These details will be highly critical for the fair implementation of the mechanism in the coming phase. But on the other hand, at the moment, the participation is not open to any national industry associations of the non-EU countries. EU should consider to increase the cooperation on the methodological work in order to avoid fragmentation in this area. And additionally, there are several countries who are planning to establish their own ETS mechanisms or some CBAM-like systems. But here also harmony and cohesion is a must. As is known, an initiative is announced by G7 states to form a climate club recently. Even these kind of initiatives implemented with very positive intentions, with different and this kind of distracted mechanisms, if they are not working in harmony, there will be no similar standards, and so these systems can have an effect to create barriers to the global trade. These initiatives shall be open to all countries in order not to create distracted and fractured structures in the coming phase. And moreover, there are an unresolved question around also the WTO compatibility of this kind of group of countries applying carbon tariffs and other border adjustments against non-members. And lastly, I would like to touch upon that steps to a net zero future requires really collective efforts of EU and other member states and its close economic partners like Turkey. Under these broad green transition agenda, I believe it's crucial for both sides to move forward with increasing cooperation in climate mitigation and decarbonization. It is critical to work with policymakers and develop and enforce effective and smart regulations. Here, I'd like to conclude here and thank once again for having this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Canan Hanım. As you said, we need to be together for all these policies to make a successful implementation process. We have already started to see that countries are showing their joint efforts. However, we need to see more and hope to see more in the future. This COP27 might be a milestone for these collaboration efforts, and we will see. Dear participants, this was all from our end, and hope you all had a fruitful panel and we achieved to give some perspective about the future of sustainable transformation in supply chain operations. If you have any question right now, we can take those questions via this channel, or we can also answer your questions in the future. So I will give the floor for the technical team in COP27 panel right now. I think there is no any question right now, so we can end up the panel and we might have questions in the future via our emails. So thank you and hope to have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ezgi, thank you all.
Thank you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Evet, teşekkür ederiz. Yayından aldık sizi.
Teşekkürler,
Sağ olun.
sağ olun. İyi akşamlar.
İyi